Chapter 391. This is the 48th round. Wu Shentong silently calculated. He came from the Wu clan, which was the #1 clan in the southern border. They had a deep foundation and were an overlord of the righteous path. And he was an enslavement path Gu master that Wu clan heavily nurtured. His attainment in enslavement path was extraordinary. Wu Shentong's name sounded domineering, but in reality, he was as thin as a stick and his face was waxy yellow, like a sickly scholar. In fact, he originally had a broad back and a slim waist, and a fit body. In one battle, he was poisoned by Long Qingtian's jade sky venom. He sought out miracle doctor Sheng Shou for treatment. Divine doctor's sacred hands touched his chest. His eyes lit up as he sighed, "You're late. The poison has already penetrated deep into your bone marrow. I can preserve your life and cultivation, but the poison is deeply rooted and difficult to remove. From now on, you have to come here for treatment every once in a while. I'll help you get rid of the toxins regularly." It was because of the jade sky parasite that Wu Shentong became thinner day by day, becoming like this. I wonder which Gu master will be my opponent next. Wu Shentong walked in the fog with a deep gaze. Just now, out of the three choices, he had chosen the path in front of him. In King Quan's inheritance, the further one progressed, the more choices one would have. But most Gu masters would choose a dog group to play it safe. He would only choose to fight with others if he had no other choice. No matter how large the pack of dogs was, they were still animals. But with a Gu master's command, even the weakest dog group would pose a threat. However, Wu Shentong did the exact opposite. As long as he could fight with others, he would not choose any other path. In terms of enslavement path attainments, I am first-rate in southern border. In this Three Forks mountain, I am almost #1. Only 2 opponents can threaten me. One was Wu Gue. He was a rank 5 Gu master and was once an enslavement path Gu master. But the enslavement path consumed a lot of resources. He had no choice but to change paths halfway. The other one was Zhang Sansan. He is a true enslavement path Gu master, but his cultivation level is lower than mine. Martial god art had a huge advantage in enslavement path. In terms of qualifications, Zhang Sansan was still his junior. And in this King Quan's inheritance, even if he fought Wu Gue head-on, he wouldn't be able to win. He was not afraid at all. With such great strength, of course, he had to attack his opponents first and eliminate as many competitors as possible. In the end, he was left alone to monopolize King Quan's inheritance. This was Wu Shentong's shrewd plan. If I count it, my next opponent will be the most powerful one. He should be the 23rd person I've hit. It's your bad luck to run into me. Wu Shentong snorted in his heart and stopped. Beside him, the dogs surrounded him in an orderly manner. He stared at the other side of the mist. In the fog, a group of dogs with rotting skin and purple bodies walked out one after another. Oh, corpse-eating dogs. Wu Shentong chuckled. He knew. This kind of dog beast was very useful in the early stages. This was because this type of dog beast could devour corpses to speed up the recovery of injuries. But as the battle progressed, the corpse-eating dogs grew weaker and weaker. Because of this dog. Their speed was not as fast as the lightning symbol dog, their defense was not as good as the armored dog, and their unity was not as good as the chrysanthemum Akita dog. Only those enslavement path Gu masters would be crazily infatuated with these useless corpse-eating dogs. Different professions are worlds apart. He was not an enslavement path Gu master and did not have decades of experience. How could he know the profundity of enslavement path? Wu Shentong thought of those Gu masters and laughed in disdain. But at the next moment, he frowned slightly. In the fog ahead, more and more corpse-eating dogs appeared. There are quite a lot of them. It seems that for this victory, I will have to pay a small price. Wu Shentong thought. However, immediately after, large numbers of corpse-eating dogs appeared, as well as different dog beasts. Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. There are quite a lot of them. It seems this person has some attainment in enslavement path. Wu Shintong nodded lightly. The other party is a combination of corpse-eating dogs and chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Although there are many of them, their formation is very weak. Later, I only need to use a few dog kings to charge and cause the dog group to scatter. If we fight them head-on, we will be able to scatter them and win. The other party has hedgedogs? Wu Shintong saw hedgedogs appearing in the fog again. These dogs were covered in spikes. Attacking them was the same as harming themselves. If steel-armored dogs with strong defense were hard bones, then hedgedogs were thorny bones. To kill hedgedogs, one had to be prepared for their throats to be pierced. They actually have so many hedgedogs. It seems this person's luck is quite good, to be able to recruit such a large group. Why don't I have such luck? Wu Shintong sighed, immediately adjusting his battle strategy. The other party has hedgedogs. Later, I will use steel-armor dogs as the vanguard and send lightning symbol dogs on both sides. Once we engage, the steel-armor dogs will slowly advance and attack from both sides, while the lightning symbol dogs will surround them. Victory will be assured. However, after the hedgedogs, large numbers of lightning symbol dogs appeared in the fog. Wu Shintong's expression turned grim. The appearance of the lightning symbol dogs meant that his earlier battle strategy could no longer work. Because the other party had fast lightning symbol dogs, they could also surround them. Even the number of lightning symbol dogs is so huge. The more lightning symbol dogs appeared in his vision, the uglier Wu Shintong's expression became. In his opinion, the fact that the other party could own so many dogs could no longer be explained by good luck. Evidently, the other party was a Gu master proficient in enslavement path. He was already a threat to him. Who is the other party? Is it Wu Gui or Zhang San? No matter what, this is going to be a tough battle. I can only adjust my battle strategy according to the situation. But thankfully, I still have a trump card. Thinking of this, Wu Shintong calmed down. He glanced at the center of his group. There was a group of about 120 dogs. These dogs were huge, twice the size of ordinary dogs. They had sharp claws, their backs were thick and strong, and their noses were like that of a lion. These were heavy Thai dogs. In terms of defense, heavy Thai dogs were comparable to steel armor dogs. In terms of unity, they were comparable to chrysanthemum Akita dogs. In this King Quan inheritance, among the 100 types of dogs, only a few can become the main force. Heavy Thai dogs are one of them. Lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthemum Akita dogs, steel armor dogs, these dogs. They are quite extreme, their advantages and disadvantages are obvious, they are hard to rely on. Only dogs like heavy Thai dogs can be relied on. The more they have, the stronger their battle strength. Wu Shintong looked at his heavy Thai dogs, feeling very satisfied. This was something that he had painstakingly accumulated with great difficulty. He did not use them in normal battles, and kept them hidden. It seems like this is going to be a tough battle. I have to use the heavy Thai dogs. I believe that when I move out, the other party will definitely be very shocked. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Wu Shintong's lips curled up, full of smiles. But in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. On the other side of the mist, heavy Thai dogs also appeared. The other party also has heavy Thai dogs. That's right, the other party is an enslavement path expert. Of course he knows how outstanding the heavy Thai dogs are, so he accumulated them. More and more heavy Thai dogs walked out of the mist. Wu Shintong squinted his eyes, his brows knitted together. So many, why does the other party have so many heavy Thai dogs? The heavy Thai dogs that he had always relied on as his trump card. The other party also had them. Naturally it gave Wu Shintong mental pressure. Suddenly, Wu Shintong's pupils shrunk as he stared at the mist. He saw a majestic dog king. Heavy Thai dog king. The opponent actually has a heavy Thai dog king. Wu Shintong saw this scene. When Wu Shentong saw this, his heart sank. With the Dog King, the dog group's battle strength would increase by several times. More importantly, Wu Shentong did not have a heavy Tai Dog King to fight against, than his trump card. He would be pressured by the other party's Dog King, causing his battle strength to decrease. As time passed, his trump card lost its effect. Tough battle, this will be an unprecedented tough battle. Who is the other party? Is it Wu Gui or Zhang San? It must be one of them. Wu Gui is more likely. Wu Shentong had already lost his confidence in the battle. The other party's army is stronger than mine, I will lose more than win this battle. If I can win this battle, it will be a narrow victory. My losses will be disastrous, I will not be able to continue. Wu Shentong was already feeling regret. But very quickly, his feelings were no longer as simple as regret. His eyes became bigger and bigger, his mouth also subconsciously opened. His eyeballs were popping out, as if someone was punching him from behind. And the expression on his face changed from surprise to shock, then from shock to fear. In the fog, not only did the heavy Tai dogs continue to surge out in large numbers, there were also Greenhua dogs, Smoke Song dogs, Light dogs, and Star hounds. Greenhua dog, covered in green scales, handsome and extraordinary. Smoke Song dog, emitting smoke from its nose and mouth, arrogant and untamed. Light dog, covered in white fur, bright and gentle. Star hound, tall and slender, proud and outstanding. How is this possible? Wu Shentong shouted, Greenhua, Smoke Song, Light Heng, Star Heng, Heavy Tai, they each have their own merits, they are also known as the 5 great mountain dogs, they can form a vast army formation. How did he gather so many dog beasts? What made Wu Shentong even more in disbelief was that not only did the other party have a large number of 5 great mountain dogs, they even had a dog king among them. Who is he? How can he have so many dog beasts? Unbelievable. Is this an illusion? The dog beasts were still surging out in large numbers, Wu Shentong's spirit was greatly impacted. His battle strength, compared to the other party, was like a baby under a giant's foot. They could not be compared at all. Wu Shentong no longer had any battle intent. There was no chance of winning this battle. The other party only needed to wave his hand and the dog groups would attack, no matter how good his commanding skills were, it would all be useless. The difference in military strength between the two sides could no longer be made up for with skills. Who is he? Did a rank 5 enslavement path Gu master come to Sancha Mountain? Impossible. Even if he is a rank 5 enslavement path Gu master, how can he have such a large dog group? I must see who the other party is. Wu Shentong tightly held the safety token as he stared at the fog. From the fog, a person's figure gradually appeared. He is finally showing his true face. Wu Shentong's forehead was covered in sweat as he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Swoosh. At this time, with a soft sound, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared behind him. Who is it? Wu Shentong sensed the abnormality but did not have time to turn around. Fang Yuan placed his hand on his head and squeezed. Bam! His head was crushed. He was also dead. On the other side of the fog, Bai Ningbing slowly walked out. How many more rounds are left? She looked at Fang Yuan and yawned with a drowsy expression. Chapter 392. Others had to rack their brains and scheme to pass the rounds, like Wu Shentong and Wu Gui, they also had to plan and choose carefully. But for Bai Ningbing, because of the land spirit's help, she only needed to move forward. The pitiful Wu Shentong, a grand rank 4 peak stage Gu master, did not even get to see Bai Ningbing. As for Fang Yuan's appearance, Bai Ningbing was not surprised at all, because of the land spirit's reminder. In fact, this was a cooperation between two people. Fang Yuan needed Wu Shentong's aperture, while Bai Ningbing needed his enslavement path Gu worms, as well as these dog groups that Wu Shentong had accumulated. With Wu Shintong's death, his dog group was naturally taken in by Bai Ningbing, causing the huge dog group to increase by another 10%. Seeing this vast dog group, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Your dog group has already taken shape. In this King Quan inheritance, it has already formed a crushing momentum. It is not difficult to get to the last round. Remember, in the last few rounds, there is a large group of lion mastiffs. These lion mastiffs are mutated beasts. Their battle strength is even higher than the 5 great hounds. They were King Quan's trump card back then. Besides them, there are 2 dog kings, ancient mutated beasts that are even stronger than ordinary mutated beasts. Back then, the left and right arms of King Quan were comparable to rank 5 Gu Masters. You must subdue them all. Bai Ningbing nodded, bidding farewell to Fang Yuan and continuing to pass the rounds. It seems you are indeed a person from the future, using spring-autumn cicada to return to the past. You really know the 3 kings' inheritance like the back of your hand. The land spirit transmitted, praising, I have to remind you, the immortal essence you have is almost used up. It is only enough for you to kill 2 more people. Who do you plan to kill next? Fang Yuan nodded, saying without hesitation, of course Zhang San. Beast Placenta Gu already had 89% aptitude, shining like jade. Compared to its previous mud-like state, it was completely different. After killing 2 more rank 4, it would definitely reach 90% aptitude. The second aperture's aptitude cannot be higher than a Gu Master's first aperture. Fang Yuan's first aperture was 90% a grade. Therefore, the current limit of the second aperture was a grade 90%. Even if it accumulated to 99% and was used on Fang Yuan's body, it was only 90%. The remaining 9 points would all be wasted. Of course, if Fang Yuan improved his first aperture's aptitude in the future, his second aperture would also have more room to improve. Zhang San was only a rank 4 upper stage Gu Master. He was a level lower than Yi Hua and Kong Ri Tian. But in Fang Yuan's opinion, however, he was the most threatening opponent. Because he was an enslavement path Gu Master on Sancha Mountain, second only to Wu Shintong and Wu Gui. Fang Yuan had his own plans. Bai Ningbing is not an enslavement path cultivator after all, she is a complete newbie in commanding dogs. In the future, when she commanded so many dogs, she would definitely be flustered. It would be commendable if she didn't make any mistakes. But fortunately, I don't need her to command the dogs to run and attack. I just need her to form a military formation, guard the hall, and wait for the next move. This way, it could make up for Bai Ningbing's lack of commanding ability. But the military formation was extremely inflexible. It would be terrible if they met Gu Master experts proficient in enslavement path. For example, Wu Shintong and Wu Gui only needed to command a small group of dogs. With a few charges, they would be able to probe out the entire situation. With a few troops, they would be able to cause chaos in the military formation and create a loophole in the defense. During the crucial period of Gu refinement, Fang Yuan would need to focus all his attention on the Gu refinement. The land spirit would also be extremely weak, and could only rely on the dogs to defend. Thus, Fang Yuan naturally had to first eliminate the few most threatening enslavement path Gu Masters. After a while, Fang Yuan killed Zhang San very smoothly. Even the likes of Wu Gui and Wu Shintong. They were all killed by Fang Yuan, so Zhang San naturally could not escape his demonic claws. But after his death, he gave Fang Yuan a pleasant surprise. From Zhang San's aperture, Fang Yuan actually obtained a rank 5 slavery Gu. Slavery Gu, from rank 1 to rank 5. Once this Gu was planted, it could control the Gu Master. Rank 5 slavery Gu could control a rank 5 Gu Master for its own use. It was extremely rare and precious. Back then, on Qing Mao Mountain, Guyue clan's 4th generation clan leader fought with the flower wine monk. After losing, he begged for mercy, saying he was willing to plant the slavery Gu and listen to the flower wine monk's orders. Finally, the flower wine monk was deceived by these words, and due to his carelessness, he was counterattacked by the fourth-generation clan leader, dying regretfully on Qing Mao Mountain. Famous Gu masters really cannot be underestimated. This Zhang San San is an enslavement path Gu master. It is not strange for him to have a slavery Gu. The reason why he did not use it was because he wanted to wait for a good opportunity to get a rank 5 expert. After all, it is a rank 5 slavery Gu. If he used it on a rank 4 Gu master, it would be a loss. Fang Yuan thought for a while and guessed Zhang San San's thoughts. Looking at the beast placenta Gu, its aptitude was close to 90%, he only needed to kill one more person. Of course, the immortal essence he had was used up, so Fang Yuan could only kill one more person. With this slavery Gu, I can control one more person. Sigh, if I knew Zhang San San had such a Gu, I would have killed him first and used the slavery Gu to subdue a rank 5 Gu master. Fang Yuan felt regret. If he could use this Gu to subdue Tai Mu Bai, it would be very beneficial to his Gu refinement. Even if it was not Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, Ku Mo, Wu Lan Shan and Chou Jiu were all very good targets. But now, these Gu masters were dead, and Fang Yuan could only subdue a rank 4 expert at most, but he used a rank 5 Gu. It was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. It was definitely a waste. But even though the rank 5 slavery Gu was extremely rare, Fang Yuan still had to use it. He took a huge risk in refining the second aperture Gu, and with a second rank 4 Gu master by his side, it was undoubtedly safer. But in the blessed land, there were so many rank 4 Gu masters. Who should Fang Yuan subdue? Yi Hua, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Chong, as well as Li Fei Lu, Tao Zi, Feng Tianyu, Yan Jun, Li Xian, Hu Mei Er, Tai clan's 4 old-timers, Tai Ruanan and the others. Some were strong, some were crafty, some were sinister, some were brave, some were good at attacking, some were good at movement, some were good at healing, some were rich, some had wide connections. Every choice would have consequences in the future. Lightning flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, and after thinking for a long time, he made his choice. It will be him. Land spirit, teleport me over. Fang Yuan made his decision without any hesitation. After 5 minutes, Feng Tianyu knelt at Fang Yuan's feet, saying with heartfelt admiration, "Subordinate Feng Tianyu greets master." Feng Tianyu. You refined a rank 5 Gu at rank 3 realm. Although this rank 5 Gu only existed for half a day before dying, you became famous for a while because of it. Now, things remain the same, but people have changed, your clan has declined, you are no longer that glorious young clan leader. Fang Yuan looked down at Feng Tianyu, speaking plainly. Feng Tianyu kowtowed, subordinate can acknowledge lord as master. It is subordinate's honor and fortune. It is good that you can understand this point. Next, follow my instructions and continue to pass the rounds. In King Xian inheritance, there is an undefeated 100 battles Gu, bring it to me. Fang Yuan instructed. Yes. Subordinate will do my best to share master's burden. Feng Tianyu quickly said. Under the enslavement Gu's effect, he became Fang Yuan's loyal servant. Fang Yuan was at ease with Feng Tianyu. Not only was he a famous and talented refinement path master in southern border, he was also the biggest beneficiary of King Xian inheritance in his previous life. In Fang Yuan's memories, he was the one who obtained undefeated 100 battles Gu. Now, Fang Yuan had been reborn. Not only did he want undefeated 100 battles Gu, he also wanted to recruit its original owner. Right now, Feng Tianyu has the land spirit's guidance, it is not a problem for him to pass King Xian inheritance. This way, I have already obtained 2 of the 3 kings' inheritances. But this was not Fang Yuan's main goal. The reason why he chose Feng Tianyu was because of his talent in refinement path. This was Fang Yuan's first time refining the second aperture Gu after all. With such a refinement path master assisting him, it would be a huge help to him. It would be a huge help to Fang Yuan's Gu refinement. After taking in Feng Tianyu, Fang Yuan began to consider killing the last person. Who? The first person Fang Yuan thought of was not the strongest Yihua, nor the most influential Hu Mei Er and Tao Zi, but Tai Ruanan. Like Tai Mubai, Fang Yuan also thought highly of Tai Ruanan's future. Such a genius had been tempered by hardship. If she matured, she would be a huge threat. She would be even more terrifying than Yihua and the rest. But the problem was, in the current situation, the threat that Tai Ruanan brought to Fang Yuan was far lower than Yihua and Kong Ri Tian. Regarding the matter of refining second aperture gu, Fang Yuan killing Yihua was definitely more helpful than killing Tai Ruanan. Should he choose to be safe and kill Yihua, or plan for the long term and eliminate Tai Ruanan first? Fang Yuan's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the land spirit. Not good, something unexpected has happened. What is it? Fang Yuan was shocked. The land spirit's tone was suppressed, concealing a trace of panic. A rank 4 Gu master has found a weak area in the blessed land. That place was once heavily damaged by the earthly calamity. The heavenly suppression is at its weakest and can already allow a Gu master to use a Gu worm. Right now, he is using a rank 5 Gu to poison the heaven and earth. In just 7 minutes, he will be able to connect to the outside world and create a hole in the blessed land. The land spirit said. Fang Yuan immediately felt the severity of the matter. In his previous life, he was a rank 6 Gu immortal and had once possessed a blessed land. He naturally knew the severity of this matter. If there was a hole in the blessed land that could connect to the outside world, the immortal essence expenditure would increase exponentially. If it was not repaired in time, the hole would become bigger and bigger, eventually causing the winds of assimilation. Once the winds of assimilation blew, the blessed land would be destroyed. I have taken the initiative to cut off and abandon most of the holes in the blessed land. There were only 3 places that were crucial and couldn't be given up. To think that this person's luck is so good, he actually found one of them and even noticed it. Take a look at the exact situation. The land spirit sighed. A scene appeared in front of Fang Yuan's eyes. The Gu master in the scene wore a navy blue robe, his face was thin and his gaze was gloomy. It was none other than Long Qing Tian. Right now, he was activating his only rank 5 poison Gu, Jade Sky. The ground and sky around him were all dyed green. It had once dyed the sky blue. Jade Sky Gu, Long Qing Tian's core trump card, a Gu worm that existed since the immemorial era, it was basically extinct now. Long Qing Tian relied on this Gu to roam the southern border and poison many people to death. He was infamous. Chapter 393. To think that my luck is so good, to be able to find such a weak area. Long Qing Tian's gaze flickered, showing obvious excitement. Although there were only 100 stages in the 3 Kings' inheritance, there were countless choices in each stage. It was like a giant tree with lush branches that reached the sky. Being able to reach this place was even rarer than 1 in 10,000, he was extremely lucky. The suppression of heaven and earth here is very weak. It actually forced me to use a Gu. I will first use Jade Sky Gu to poison this blessed land. This way, I can connect to the outside world and form a passage. Once the passage is formed, I will be able to activate Gu worms in the vicinity. I will no longer need to follow the rules of 3 Kings. Next, I will use this as a base to radiate and reap huge benefits. Who is it? Long Qing Tian sensed something and turned around, seeing a person appearing far away. Little Beast King Fangzheng. Long Qing Tian squinted, sensing Fang Yuan's intentions. Fang Yuan did not reply. He waved his hand and a bone spike flew out like lightning. Long Qing Tian snorted, quickly activating his defensive Gu worm. His surroundings were filled with green Jade Sky Gu poison. It had already invaded a large area. Fang Yuan did not have detoxification methods. He did not dare to touch the Gu poison. He could only engage in long-range combat. Right now, Fang Yuan only had mutated beast phantoms left, but he did not have the rank for all-out effort Gu. Thus, he could not use it casually. But fortunately, he had killed so many Gu master experts and obtained many Gu worms, he could use them in long-range combat. After a few rounds, Long Qing Tian was defeated by Fang Yuan. Long Qing Tian could only activate one Gu worm at a time. But Fang Yuan had the land spirit's help, he could use them at will. The difference in battle strength between the two was huge. Although he won, Fang Yuan's expression was unsightly. Long Qing Tian's corpse. It was a pale green color, it was obviously corroded by the jade sky Gu poison. This famous expert of the demonic path, before dying, gave a sinister smile towards Fang Yuan, brazenly using the jade sky Gu to poison himself to death. Fang Yuan did not kill Long Qing Tian. Knowing that he was in a hopeless situation, he committed suicide. As expected of a demon. Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The jade sky Gu was a rare poison of the great Gu and was already extinct. In the present southern border. Perhaps only the 4 great physicians would be able to treat him. If Fang Yuan wanted to take the Gu and swallow it, he would have to come into contact with the Gu poison. If one was poisoned by the jade sky Gu, in less than 2 hours, their entire body would turn into a green light and dissipate. Very few Gu masters were poisoned by the jade sky Gu. Those who could survive. The Wu clan's Wushan Tong was already considered an extremely lucky case. Even if Fang Yuan risked being poisoned, he might not be able to obtain the Gu worm. The suppression here was weak, Long Qing Tian could detonate his Gu worms one by one. The risks and benefits were so disproportionate that Fang Yuan naturally wouldn't take the risk. But in this way, the last portion of the celestial essence budget was spent on Long Qing Tian. The aptitude of beast placenta Gu. I can only stop at 89%. Fang Yuan was filled with regret. In the end, after so much effort, he still didn't reach the 90% that he expected. I am still too weak. Such a scheming matter. I can only do my best and leave the rest to heaven. Long Qingtian's sudden incident caught Fang Yuan off guard. Fang Yuan was a human after all, not a god. He couldn't predict this change. Although he had his previous life's memories, he tried to recall them clearly. But such details, as long as the person involved didn't say it, who would know? Moreover, since his rebirth, he had changed many things. Whether Long Qingtian's incident was something that happened in his previous life, it was hard to say. Forget about the beast placenta Gu, what's worse is that this world is already poisoned by the jade sky Gu, sooner or later the poison will take effect. By then, this world will rot and turn into a green light, forming a huge hole. Fang Yuan looked at this world, the green color was getting darker and spreading outwards. Such a hole would accelerate the decline of the blessed land. This also meant that the land spirit would be weakened. If it were a younger blessed land, as long as I have enough immortal essence, even if I can't cure the poison, I can get rid of this mutated area and make up for the hole. But this blessed land is too old, it lacks immortal essence. Once this hole forms, it will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Sigh, I don't have much time left to refine Gu, I need to hurry. At this point, Fang Yuan's merciless massacre finally came to an end. He returned to the hall and continued to refine Gu, racing against time. Time passed day by day, the pressure from spring-autumn cicada increased day by day. Fang Yuan slept for an hour on average every day, crazily squeezing out his potential. Under his desperate efforts, although there were many inevitable failures in the Gu refinement process, the overall progress was quite fast. The land spirit praised him repeatedly. While Fang Yuan was moving towards success, his younger brother was also in high spirits. Central Continent, Tian Ti Mountain. At the center of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, on Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Zhen climbed up with great effort, surpassing one figure after another. During this period of time, he had become the center of attention, attracting many people's attention. It's him, that crane gates Fang Zheng. He surpassed another person. Someone was envious. Fang Zheng. Looking at Fang Zheng's climbing figure, Fairy by Xia had a complex gaze. This kid is indeed strange. Looking at this trend, I'm afraid he will be the first to reach the top. Wei Wushang, who had enmity towards Fang Zheng, had to admit that Fang Zheng had a high chance of winning. Fang Zheng used both his hands and feet to climb. He breathed heavily, and with the help of Master Tenshiro, he surpassed one elite after another of the 10 sections. Eventually, only 3 people were left above him. Shao Qixing, Ying Xingji, and Feng Kim Hong. This kid has finally caught up to the first echelon. It was not in vain that I used my own Wei Gu. He Fengyang had been paying attention, and seeing this situation, he let out a sigh of relief. If there are no accidents, the winner will be one of these 4. A Gu Immortal transmitted. Crane Gate's speed is quite fast, but who will emerge victorious is hard to say until the final moment. Indeed, Crane Gate is only 4th currently. There is a clear gap between him and the top 3. Now, let's see if he can catch up and surpass them in a limited time. The Gu Immortals conversed. The entire inheritance contest had finally entered the final stage at this moment. In the hall, a lump of profound light of all colors, the size of a water vat, floated in the air and spun madly. Fang Yuan controlled the profound light. His eyes were bloodshot as he suddenly spoke. Take 3 ounces of willow stone yellow. Immediately, the sculpture in the hall broke away from the bronze bricks and turned into a solid form. It was willow stone yellow. This was an ancient stone material that was rarely seen in the current era. After being taken by the land spirit, it split into 3 ounces and flew into the dazzling profound light. Fang Yuan's concentration was concentrated, not daring to be careless. When the profound light suddenly turned yellow, he spoke again, take 30 snowball goo. 30 snowball goo flew into the yellow light lump. The water vat-sized light lump was still yellow, but its size continued to shrink. In the end, it condensed into a dot, forming an earthen yellow stone that was completely unremarkable. Fang Yuan carefully received this stone and let out a long sigh of relief. This Gu refinement lasted for 2 days and 1 night, and finally came to an end. He was extremely tired, immediately lying on the ground and falling into a deep sleep, wishing he could sleep for 7 days and 7 nights straight. But in less than an hour, he was woken up by the land spirit on time. This stone could not exist for long. In another 15 minutes, it would evaporate and dissipate. By then, all of Fang Yuan's previous efforts would be wasted. He would have to start from scratch again. Gu refinement is difficult. It requires a strength path Gu master, and also a refinement path expert. Even for me, with my previous life's memories and foundation, it is very difficult. I almost failed several times. It was extremely dangerous. No wonder no one could refine the second aperture Gu in my previous life. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, patting his cheeks to wake himself up. After resting for an hour, he felt much better, but his head was still dizzy. This was because he had used up too much mental energy. He was too tired. The second aperture Gu was rank 6, refining an immortal Gu was naturally not simple. Fang Yuan did not need to look in the mirror to know his current appearance, with messy hair, pale face, dark eye bags, and extremely haggard. Land spirit, how much immortal essence do I have left? He asked. 5 portions of immortal essence left. The land spirit immediately answered, its voice revealing a trace of weakness. Right now, 18 days had passed since Fang Yuan killed Long Qing Tian. The speed at which the blessed land was weakening made Fang Yuan inwardly shocked. In order to support the opening of 3 kings' inheritance, the immortal essence expenditure was huge. This abnormality had already caused an uproar in the outside world. During this period of time, even more Gu masters came to explore the blessed land. Among them were many famous experts. Only 5 portions of immortal essence left, but the Gu refinement is only 2/3 done. Land spirit, what date is it today? Fang Yuan's expression was solemn as he asked. According to the calendar you mentioned, it is already the 19th day of the 10th month. The 19th day of the 10th month, according to my plan, the final step of refining the second aperture gu will be in 5 days. The 24th day of the 10th month, This day in history, isn't it the day that Feng Kim Hong wins and inherits Who Immortal Blessed Land? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Feng Kim Hong. This girl had outstanding talent and a deep background. After inheriting Who Immortal Blessed Land, her status soared to the sky. In the future, using this to cultivate to become a Gu Immortal, her prestige would spread far and wide, and her aura would shine brightly. In his previous life, Fang Yuan escaped southern border and came to central continent, becoming a Gu Immortal and establishing the Bloodwing Demon sect. This girl was his archenemy. After hundreds of battles, Fang Yuan allied with several demonic path Gu Immortals and attacked Who Immortal Blessed Land together, paying a bloody price before they managed to kill her. Currently, my influence has not spread to central continent. Feng Kim Hong obtained Who Immortal Blessed Land, his benefits are as great as the heavens. Even the second aperture Gu cannot compare to him. Fang Yuan sighed. His previous life's archenemy wanted to soar to the sky, but he was unable to stop him. Fang Yuan still did not know that his own brother was still alive, and was currently fighting intensely with Feng Kim Hong and the rest. Chapter 394. October 20th. In the hall, light red light flickered and shone on the surroundings. More than half of the sculptures on the bronze bricks had already disappeared. Fang Yuan's face was pale and haggard, his eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at every change in the light lump. Everything was silent. October 21st. The land spirit sent bad news. A rank 5 expert had entered the Gu Master Blessed Land. Fang Yuan looked at the image and immediately recognized this person, so it is Xiao Tribe's Xiao Mang. He has rank 5 extreme light Gu and is a light path expert. In my previous life, his figure could be seen on Sancha Mountain. He finally came. The land spirit breathed in, extreme light Gu. This means this Xiao Mang can activate the light of glory of the immemorial era. This is a huge threat to us. The land spirit was extremely worried. There were 9 heavens in the immemorial era: white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven and black heaven. The sunlight of the immemorial era was extraordinary. It was the light of glory. It could pierce through the 9 heavens and spread warmth to all living beings. But now, the 7 heavens were no longer red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue and purple. Only white heaven and black heaven remained. The sunlight no longer had the glory of the immemorial era. It was extremely weak and could only pierce through white heaven. Once the rank 5 extreme light Gu was activated, it could burst out with the light of the blazing sun of the immemorial era. This light had no offensive power, but it could pass through all barriers and shine to the ends of the world. That is to say, this blessed land could not block the light of the immemorial era. Fang Yuan sneered. Ba Gui, relax. His extreme light Gu was obtained from robbing a tomb. It is only a damaged Gu. Every month, it can only be activated 3 times. After 3 times, it will self-destruct. The land spirit heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. I'm getting weaker and weaker these days. At the final juncture, you still have to rely on yourself. Hee hee. I like to rely on myself. Fang Yuan replied and did not speak anymore, continuing to refine Gu. October 22nd. Guh. Oh no, I failed again. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision darkened, and he almost fainted. He clenched his teeth and supported himself with his hands on the ground. He felt the world spinning around him. His eyes were seeing stars and his ears were buzzing. His chest was so stuffy that he felt like vomiting. After a long while, this terrible feeling was slightly alleviated. Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly sat down. If the Gu refinement fails, there will be a backlash. I've already failed this step 3 times. It's not that my skills aren't good. I've done my best, but this step requires luck. I'm betting on that 1 in 10 chance of success. Sigh. There's no more time. Fang Yuan's face was pale. He endured the pain of the backlash and began the 4th round of sprinting. At this moment, there were less than 4 portions of celestial core power left in the copper cauldron. October 23, Fang Yuan stopped and looked at the goo worm in his hand, his eyes shining brightly. This goo was a beetle with a big belly and a pointed head and tail. It did not have any legs or tentacles. Its shape was blurry like a rough carving. It was lifeless like a gray stone. The land spirit, however, said happily, "Young man, I didn't misjudge you. You've refined this fake goo. You're only 1 step away from turning fake into real goo and refining the real second aperture goo." "That's right, I'm only 1 step away." Fang Yuan's tone was complicated. It was relaxed but also heavy. Refining this second aperture goo was like climbing a mountain. There were thousands of steps and countless failures. Fang Yuan almost did not sleep or rest, but he finally reached this step. His previous efforts were not in vain. Thus he was relaxed. But this last step was the most crucial. It was a qualitative change and required the use of the immortal goo divine travel goo. Although Fang Yuan had refined spring-autumn cicada, he had never used an immortal goo to refine an immortal goo. Thus, this last step was also the one he had the least confidence in. Thus, his mood was heavy. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. Divine opportunity is limitless, travel the wilderness, add 3 watch periods, 3 watch periods, 3 watch periods are 9. 9 is the extreme, the refinement is complete. This last step, I need to use lifespan goo, divine travel goo and 2/3 watch goo. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. He could understand the previous steps and could even modify them. But at this point, he only understood 30% of the true meaning. Land spirit, what changes are there in the blessed land? Fang Yuan asked. 2 groups of people have arrived, dozens of rank 3 goo masters, each led by a rank 4 goo master. They are very imposing. The land spirit showed the scene to Fang Yuan. So it is Che tribe and Zhou tribe. TSK, the 2 tribe leaders and most of the elders have come. Fang Yuan took a look and recognized the situation. The whole of San Cha Mountain was located between Zhou tribe's Cold Tremor Mountain and Che tribe's Fei Lai Mountain. These 2 tribes had been expanding and had been competing in San Cha Mountain in recent years, having the intention to invade. But the eruption of the 3 kings' inheritance completely messed up the plans of these 2 tribes. The whole of southern border had 100,000 famed mountains and countless nameless mountains. There were also ferocious beasts and wild goo worms everywhere. The environment was dangerous and difficult to travel. Other forces could only send their elites here. But these 2 tribes were in a favorable position and had been restraining themselves. Now that they sensed the abnormality of the inheritance, they finally sent a large group here. To Fang Yuan, this was bad news. At the final juncture, everyone would definitely attack the center of the blessed land, which was this main hall. These Che tribe and Zhou tribe people were Fang Yuan's enemies. Other than them, there will also be Li Xian, Hu Mei Er, Yi Hua, Kong Ri Tian and other experts. At the final juncture, I will need to refine goo and can only rely on land spirit, by Ning Bing and Feng Tianyu to defend against the enemies. The situation is dangerous, but it's only external. The final step, I need to use 2/3 watch goo consecutively, which will cause my body's time to flow 9 times faster. To spring-autumn cicada, it is a great tonic. At that time, the pressure will rise sharply and my aperture will be in danger. This is the internal cause. With internal and external pressure, danger lurks everywhere. But I can only grit my teeth and persevere. I have already worked so hard and am just 1 step away from reaching the peak. If I don't take a gamble, I won't be satisfied. If I succeed, I will have a second aperture. With further nurturing, when I reach rank 6, I won't be too far behind Feng Kim Hong. In Feng Yuan's rebirth plan, Qingmao Mountain was only the starting point, Shang Clan City was only a platform, and second aperture Gu was only a stepping stone. But it was because of these accumulations that he could charge towards a higher level. Next, there will be many fortuitous encounters. Without a certain level of cultivation and strength, one would not have the qualifications to participate. All living beings, survival of the fittest, I can't give in to these fortuitous encounters, and I have to seize every second. This is truly worthy of my rebirth body. Feng Yuan heaved a long sigh and began to rest, preparing for the final day. October 24th, Feng Yuan woke up from his slumber and slowly opened his eyes. I haven't slept so well for so many days, the great battle is coming up. He stood up and slowly walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, 2 people were already standing under the guidance of the land spirit. Master! Feng Tianyu saw Feng Yuan and immediately knelt on the ground, offering a gu worm. This gu looked ordinary, like a gray round stone. It was none other than undefeated 100 battles gu. This subordinate did not disappoint you. I have already passed 100 rounds and obtained King Xian's inheritance, subduing these hairy men. Feng Tianyu said. Beside him stood hundreds of hairy men, each of them had thick hair and were standing silently. Good. Feng Yuan nodded, lightly praising, he was not surprised. These hairy men had a nature, they liked to follow people who were better at gu refinement than themselves. Feng Tianyu had passed 100 rounds, it was not strange for him to have these followers. Feng Yuan walked towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked at the grand bronze hall, her gaze revealing a trace of understanding. It seems that this is the Blessed Land's central area. Saying so, her gaze moved towards Feng Yuan. You better remember your promise. Feng Yuan smiled, don't worry. He looked behind Bai Ningbing, there were close to 100,000 dog beasts, some were entrenched on the ground, some were playing with each other, and some were running around. Feng Yuan frowned slightly, Bai Ningbing's control was too weak. If it were Zhang San, Wu Gue, or Wu Shintong, they would be able to make these dog beasts line up tightly and remain motionless like an army. But Bai Ningbing was forced to do something beyond her abilities, she did not have any enslavement path training, it was not easy for her to do this. In fact, Bai Ningbing's mind was in a daze, her movements were erratic, she had a feeling that her soul was heavy and her body was like a marionette. It was truly difficult for her to control so many dog beasts at once. Now, listen to my arrangements and set up the defenses. No matter what the enemy is, do not attack. Remember this, remember this. Feng Yuan instructed. Since it is your arrangement, success or failure has nothing to do with me. Bai Ningbing said coldly. Regardless of success or failure, I will give you the Yanggu. Feng Yuan guaranteed with a smile. You better keep your word. 2 light pillars disappeared, this means that King Xian and King Quan's inheritances were taken away. Early in the morning on Sancha Mountain, the Gu masters were incomparably shocked, there was a commotion. The opening of the inheritance this time is very strange, it has lasted until today, causing the blessed land to deteriorate rapidly. Someone was already suspicious. But compared to this, more people were concerned about the inheritance's whereabouts. Just which 2 lucky fellows have inherited the legacy? I think King Xian's inheritance should be obtained by Lord Taimu Bai. Ever since he entered, he has not come out. King Quan's inheritance should be Wu Gue. No, it should be my tribe's Lord Wu Shintong. The way I see it, my demonic path's beast enslavement master Zhang San also has a chance of winning. After everyone argued for a while, someone finally found something strange. Strange, the few rank 5 Gu masters who participated in the inheritance have not come out. What is going on? King Xian and King Quan's inheritances were both obtained, but why haven't the others come out? They are trapped in the blessed land. This blessed land is close to collapse. Not long later, the entrance will open and we can enter and exit at will." A loud voice resounded. "It is Lord Xiao Mang." Immediately, a righteous Gu master recognized the speaker. This Xiao Mang came to Sancha Mountain but did not enter the inheritance. What is he trying to do? The demonic Gu masters muttered in their hearts. Xiao Mang's arrival suppressed the demonic path's arrogance. Successfully attracting everyone's attention, Xiao Mang laughed arrogantly. "Next, I will use extreme light Gu to open the entrance of the blessed land for all of you." The moment he finished speaking, his eyes opened wide in anger as he activated his primeval essence and raised his fist. Extreme light Gu. Providence Gu. Empty fist Gu. Killer move, immemorial light fist. 3 Gu activated together, and the whole sky turned dark. Everyone watched in shock as a fist made of light, the size of a mountain, descended from the sky and suddenly disappeared, striking somewhere in the darkness. Extreme light Gu did not have any attack power, but when combined with the other 2 Gu, it formed an incomparably powerful attack. Rumble. Chapter 395. At the peak of Sancha Mountain, there was only one light pillar left. However, a grayish-black plane appeared in front of everyone like an illusion. It was like it was separated by a layer of gauze, like a dream. How could there be a plane on the mountain peak? This was caused by Xiao Mang punching a hole in the blessed land. For a moment, Sancha Mountain was silent. Some Gu masters were dazed, some were shocked, some looked at each other, but no one moved. Xiao Mang snorted in his heart and secretly signaled to someone in the crowd with his eyes. A Gu master immediately ran out from the crowd. "Lord Xiao Mang is invincible," forcefully punching a hole in the blessed land. "This way, we are no longer restricted by the 3 kings' inheritance and can all enter." After shouting this, he jumped out of the crowd, and with a few leaps, he passed through the hole and entered the blessed land. He activated his Gu worms in front of everyone. 1, 2, 3, near this hole, the restriction of heaven and earth was weak, allowing him to activate 3 Gu worms. This scene immediately caused a commotion in the crowd. Countless people woke up from their stupor, breathing heavily. Being able to use Gu worms meant they had the ability to protect themselves. This also meant the risk of entering the blessed land was greatly reduced. But the performance was not over yet. This Gu master suddenly ran back and jumped out of the blessed land, successfully returning to Sancha Mountain. Ha ha ha. He laughed loudly and cupped his fists towards Xiao Mang. "Thank you, Lord, for making an exception." Xiao Mang chuckled. "No need to thank me, no need to thank me. I only feel that everyone should have the right to compete for the treasures of heaven and earth. It is too much for a limited few people to hog it all. But how much you can snatch will depend on yourselves. Lord Xiao Mang's benevolence is unparalleled. Lord Xiao Mang is such a good person. His elder brother is Xiao Shan, great hero Xiao. Truly a dragon and tiger brother. Among the rank 5 Gu masters on Sancha Mountain, only Lord Xiao Mang can think for us weaklings. He is truly a role model of the righteous path, so benevolent." Everyone cheered unceasingly. Fawning words entered Xiao Mang's ears like a tide. The crowd surged as large numbers of Gu masters rushed into the blessed land. "A bunch of idiots," Xiao Mang said with a warm smile on his face, but in his heart, he was sneering. Compared to Tai Mu Bai and Wu Gue, the time I came to Sancha Mountain is still too late. The inheritances of King Quan and King Xian had all been taken by someone else. Only the inheritance of King Bao was left. Damn it. I have long wanted to plead with my father and the other elders, but these people only cared about Xiao Shan's illness. Humph. Isn't it better for him to die? That way, I can become the young clan leader. Alas, I coaxed and pestered before getting permission to come to Sancha Mountain, but it's already too late. How can I compare to the accumulation of those people from before? Only by destroying the blessed land and creating a loophole will I be able to benefit from it. For this blessed land, the more people that enter, the heavier the burden. He, the suppression of heaven and earth is getting weaker and weaker. So what if you guys obtain the inheritance? I can use my goo worms to snatch it. The inheritances of King Bao, King Quan, and King Xin are all mine. Even if I can't get it, none of you can. Alright, that's about it. Fang Yuan looked at the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. This bronze hall was located on a hill. The hill was not a dangerous peak, but a gentle slope that extended to the surroundings. Such a terrain was not easy to defend, but thankfully, there were many dog beasts, and with their numbers, they could slightly make up for it. In the past 2 hours, Fang Yuan had been arranging the formation for Bai Ning Bing, as well as instructing her on how to deal with any situation that arises. Bam! Right at this time, the whole heaven and earth shook, and the bronze hall shook, causing dust to fall. Not good, that Xiao Mang used extreme light goo and pierced a hole in the blessed land, forming a passage. Large numbers of goo masters are rushing in, killing each other and fighting for the treasures. The scene is in chaos. The land spirit transmitted. Fang Yuan chuckled, but did not panic. In his previous life's memories, there was such a scene. Xiao Mang's arrival meant that this had happened. Chaos is good, Xiao Mang wants to obtain victory in the chaos, but I also want this chaotic situation to help me stall for time. Fang Yuan's black eyes shined with eerie light. Among these people, there is a rank 5 goo master. This young man is amazing, he actually blocked my senses earlier. Only when he attacked did I discover something amiss. The land spirit suddenly said. Fang Yuan frowned, this situation was out of his expectations. Who is it? An image appeared in front of him, showing a young man with waist-length black hair and a pair of deep purple pupils. A pair of thick black eyebrows, the tip of his eyebrows were raised high, branching into a few branches, like a wild flame burning. His demonic aura was awe-inspiring, with a domineering aura that could destroy heaven and earth, like an evil dragon descending into the world. Mo Wu Tian. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated, recognizing him. This person was a demonic genius, inheriting an ancient inheritance and was a soul path goo master. Be it fame or strength, Fang Yuan could not compare to him. In his memories, during the Battle of Tian Mountain, Mo Wu Tian had killed several rank 5 righteous goo masters, his reputation was infamous, and his demonic flames soared to the sky. In the end, the demonic side was defeated, and Mo Wu Tian broke out of the encirclement, leaving with no one able to stop him. In my previous life, Mo Wu Tian did not come to San Cha Mountain. It seems the influence of my rebirth has already reached this level of people. Just as Fang Yuan was in deep thought, Mo Wu Tian seemed to sense someone was watching him. He turned his head and looked at Fang Yuan. So that's the direction. He muttered softly as a sinister smile appeared on his face. Not good, he seems to have sensed something and is charging towards the hall. The land spirit warned. Fang Yuan's eyes squinted. Mo Wu Tian was actually targeting him with intense hostility. What was his motive, and what did he discover? The chaos will only last for a while, Tai Mu Bai and the others have not appeared yet, it will arouse the suspicions of others. There is not much time left, I need to refine the goo now. Land spirit, raise your fog. Feng Tianyu, follow me into the hall and assist me in refining the goo. Time was pressing, Fang Yuan shouted and led Feng Tianyu into the bronze hall. As for the hairy men that the latter brought, they were left outside to guard the hall, forming the final line of defense. Looking at Fang Yuan and Feng Tianyu's departing figures, Bai Ning Bing's eyes shone with a cold light. The fog started to rise and spread rapidly, soon covering the hall and all the dogs on the mound. The bronze hall was vast and majestic, Fang Yuan and Feng Tianyu's footsteps echoed, making this place even more quiet and spacious. Right now, the bronze bricks in the hall were already empty, most of the materials and goo worms had been used up during the goo refinement, only a few carvings were left. Fang Yuan walked to the bronze cauldron and sat down with Feng Tianyu. This is the final step, the truly crucial moment. He breathed in deeply, his eyes clear like water. Feng Tianyu's breathing was rough, showing his excitement. To a refinement path Gu master, being able to refine immortal Gu was the most desired thing in their life. Let's begin. Fang Yuan took out the fake second aperture Gu and threw it into the bronze cauldron. The bronze cauldron ignited without any fire, only a thin layer of immortal essence was left at the bottom. It was being consumed rapidly and started to burn. The burning green smoke rose up like smoke, wrapping around the fake Gu in the second aperture. The fake Gu floated above the bronze cauldron and was transformed by the green smoke into a yellow light that filled the air. Fang Yuan and Feng Tianyu focused their minds and tried to harmonize the green smoke and the yellow light. After an unknown period of time, the green smoke turned into green grass that grew in the air. The yellow light turned into flowers that fell down and adorned the grass. It is time. Fang Yuan took out a dagger and cut his artery, spurting out his own blood essence. This step was indispensable. Only after this step could the refined second aperture Gu belong to Fang Yuan. Otherwise, it would be an ownerless object and would fly away once it was refined. A large amount of blood essence poured over. The green smoke and yellow light immediately let out a sizzling sound, turning into a red cloud that resembled a raging sea of blood. The blood surged, but it only formed into a ball that floated in the air and did not spread. The cloud continued to transform. The sea of blood gradually calmed down and condensed into a field. A large field of scarlet rice, scarlet like blood, grew on the field. Fang Yuan saw this and let out a breath of turbid air, quickly using Gu worms to heal his injuries. Even so, he had lost a lot of blood and his face was pale. Wild grass flourishes, blood chi like the sea. 300 years is spring, 500 years is autumn. Divine opportunity is limitless, roam the wilderness, add the third watch is 9. 9 is the extreme, the refinement is complete. He had already memorized the recipe by heart, but he still recalled it now. 300 years is spring, 500 years is autumn, next, it is lifespan Gu. Ba Gue. Fang Yuan shouted. The land spirit was already on standby. Hearing Fang Yuan's call, it quickly took out 2 lifespan Gu. These lifespan Gu were one big and one small, like ginseng roots and old tree roots. Touching it, it felt rough and ancient. The small one was a 300 years lifespan Gu, like a green snake coiling in a circle. It could increase a Gu master's lifespan by 300 years without any side effects. The big one was like a horned dragon flying in the sky, bearing its fangs and claws. It could increase a Gu master's lifespan by 500 years without any side effects. The value of these 2 Gu was self-evident. Feng Tianyu saw this and his eyes shone, his body trembling. Fang Yuan first threw the 300 years lifespan Gu into the cloud. The cloud swallowed the lifespan Gu and immediately surged like boiling water. At this moment, the cloud seemed to have turned into a green-scaled snake, slithering and trying to escape from Fang Yuan's control. Fang Yuan jumped in shock. He was caught unprepared and almost let the green snake escape. When he reacted, it seemed that the green snake had already mostly escaped from his hand, only its tail was left. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open and red. He poured all his attention into the cloud without holding back, using all his strength to firmly hold onto it, not letting it escape. Chapter 396. Time became unbearable at this moment. As the minutes and seconds passed, the cloud in the air gradually stabilized. Fang Yuan finally had the spare energy to curse the original owner of the blessed land. Such an important obstacle, there was actually no annotation in the recipe. If not for his concentration and reaction time, as well as Feng Tianyu's help, he could barely stabilize the situation and turn the tables. Otherwise, he would have failed completely. As time gradually passed, a mystical aura spread out from the place. The cloud completely digested the 300 years lifespan Gu and calmed down, turning back into the scene of the blood field and red rice. But now, the red rice had turned into a green color, like rice growing in spring, densely packed. It was the scene of 300 years as spring described in the recipe. That mysterious Gu immortal must have only researched the recipe, but did not use it to this step, otherwise, why would he not make any annotations? Fang Yuan came back to his senses, thinking, next, I need to use the 500 years lifespan Gu. But there is no rush. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, calling the land's spirit, Ba Gui, show me the scene of that poisonous land. Immediately, a smoke image appeared in the air, showing the scene. Long Qing Tian's corpse, quietly lying on the ground. The surrounding sky and ground were dyed a deep green color. It was Long Qing Tian's jade sky Gu poison. This Gu originated from the immemorial era, its poison was extremely strong, even Fang Yuan did not dare to touch it. Coincidentally, at this time, two Gu masters appeared in the scene, both with rank 3 cultivation. This place is strange, why is it so green? Look, that corpse, it's Long Qing Tian. They rushed here, and unexpectedly found Long Qing Tian's corpse. Long Qing Tian is rank 4 peak stage, a famous demon, he was actually killed. Let's go take a look, there might be something good on his corpse. The two were excited, running towards Long Qing Tian's corpse. Blinded by greed, they did not realize their bodies were dyed in green light. Courting death. Fang Yuan sneered. Sure enough, the two of them did not even manage to take 10 steps before they died from the poison, turning into green light and disappearing into the horizon. The poison of the blue sky poisonous insect has accumulated deeply. This area is going to be ruined. The hole formed is even bigger than the one created by Xiao Mang. Time was of the essence, and every second was precious. Fang Yuan was also extremely anxious, but he still chose to restrain himself. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, there was a loud boom. The blessed land shook and the main hall trembled. The second loophole was formed. The land spirit let out a long sigh. The speed at which the blessed land was collapsing was too fast. It had doubled again. Continue refining Gu. Fang Yuan took out the 500-year lifespan Gu and threw it into the cloud. The clouds began to boil again, trying to break free from Fang Yuan's control. But this time, Fang Yuan was mentally prepared. He wasn't caught off guard like last time, so he was able to firmly control the situation. However, he soon felt that his strength was not enough. This time, the change in the clouds and mist gave him a feeling. Not only was it slippery, but it also carried a kind of brute force. It was like a green snake had turned into a dragon, trying to break free from Fang Yuan's control. Feng Tianyu quickly helped. The two's minds worked together to suppress the cloud's change. The clouds boiled several times, almost breaking free, but were eventually suppressed. After the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, the clouds became clear again. It turned into a field of blood. The rice on the field was golden and full of fruits. This was the scene of 500 years is autumn. Fortunately, he waited until the poison took effect before refining the Gu. Otherwise, the second loophole would have formed and the hall would have shaken, interfering with the Gu refinement, and it would not have been so smooth. Fang Yuan waited for a while. The clouds were ready, and slowly dissipated. From the size of a water vat, it gradually shrunk until it formed a new Gu. It fell down. Fang Yuan held it in his hand. This Gu was like a peanut shell, shining with a golden color. The markings on its surface were scarlet blood traces. The fake second aperture Gu could only exist for 7 days and 7 nights, and was not stable. But this new Gu could already exist for 40 years. At this step, the true second aperture Gu had already formed an embryo, and was growing in the peanut shell. But if it was left to develop, not to mention 1,000 years, even 10,000 years might not be enough to become the real thing. Only by using a huge external force, to get rid of the fake and retain the real, turning the fake into the real, could it achieve a qualitative change, transcend the mortal, and become an immortal. And this external force was none other than the rank 6 divine travel goo. Next, I need to use the immortal goo to refine the immortal goo. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, adjusting his breathing, and began the most important step in the entire goo refinement process. At this moment, outside, shouts of battle shook the sky. This dog is mine. As long as you obediently hand over the goo worm, I will spare your life. Kill all these Eggmen. These mutants actually occupied a spirit spring. What a waste of resources. All kinds of looting and fighting, goo masters were in a frenzy, and the number of casualties continued to rise. Strange. Why have we not seen Lord Tai Mubai after so long? Our Wu clan's Lord Wu Shentong, where did he go? Wu clan's goo masters, Tai clan's goo masters, and others all sensed something amiss. Search, continue searching. The suppression of heaven and earth is already very weak, it is enough to mobilize most of the goo worms. The situation is in chaos now, there is killing everywhere, and blood is flowing like rivers. We need to find our clan's experts to suppress this situation. Where have we not explored yet? Only the deepest part of the blessed land, there is a thick fog there. Just as these people turned their attention to the bronze hall, Mo Wu Tian had already arrived at the periphery of the fog alone. There is indeed the aura of an immortal goo, a pair of purple pupils, deep and mysterious, yet also wild and coquettish. Under the purple pupils, the fog became faintly discernible, and a vast number of dog beasts appeared in Mo Wu Tian's vision. His brows slightly furrowed. The enemy's defense was tight, he alone could not break through this defense, he needed to borrow strength. His brows relaxed as Mo Wu Tian turned around and left. His body moved like lightning, traversing hundreds of li in the sky. Before long, he landed in front of Hu Mei. Hu Mei's face turned pale from fright, but when she saw Mo Wu Tian, she smiled brightly. Young Master Wu Tian, you are here too. This 3 kings' inheritance has little meat but more wolves, I am afraid you will be disappointed. You have already cultivated to rank 5. Hu Mei looked at the man in front of her, unable to conceal her shock. She swallowed her saliva, trying to digest this shock as she forced a smile. This is great, you have rank 5 battle strength, you are suitable to take this riches. These green Eggmen are numerous, they have already built a castle, I have not been able to take them down. There is a green egg empress inside, as long as I capture it alive, I will be able to make a fortune in the future. He. Mo Wu Tian glanced at the castle, laughing lightly. Back then, King Bao Wang Ba Dan had 8 Eggmen empresses, and countless Eggmen were produced daily. King Xian Wang Xiaoya's inheritance has the secret reporting goo and undefeated 100 battles goo. Beside Dog King Wang there are 2 dog emperors, Ying Ming and Ba Huang. These are the essence of 3 kings' inheritance, but they are not worthy of my attention. Hu Mei's smile froze, to think that young Master Wu Tian knows so much about 3 kings' inheritance. Since they are not worthy of your attention, why don't you give them to me? Women are truly short-sighted. Mo Wu Tian laughed, staring at Hu Mei's eyes. I will tell you now, this blessed land's spirit is not dead, there is a goo immortal's inheritance in the deepest part. What? Hu Mei was shocked. But there is dense fog there are close to 100,000 dog groups, to charge into the central area sacred hall, just the 2 of us are not enough. Mo Wu Tian smiled deeply. Hu Mei was an astute woman, she immediately understood Mo Wu Tian's intention. Her eyes shined as she laughed, he, isn't it easy to get people? Hu Mei was a decisive person, she immediately abandoned the Green Egg Empress and roped in other demonic path goo masters with Mo Wu Tian. Using Hu Mei's network, Mo Wu Tian's cultivation and reputation, they quickly gathered large numbers of demonic path goo masters. Adding on the news of the Gu Immortal's inheritance, demonic path merchant Li Xian, fiery star Bao Tong, rock lizard Li Chang and other experts also gathered. When Mo Wu Tian returned to the fog, he was no longer alone, but a demonic path army of thousands. They are finally here. Bai Ningbing, who was sitting on the hill, slowly stood up. The fog could obstruct everyone's vision, but because of the land spirit's support, Bai Ningbing's vision was clear. She naturally saw this demonic path alliance army. Mo Wu Tian observed for a while, before saying, Li Chang, bring 300 people to attack the front. After a few dozen steps, you will be obstructed by the metal shield dogs. Fight and retreat, move to the left, there will be Chrysanthemum Akita dogs pincer attack, defeat them and charge towards the southeast. Hu Mei Er, send 500 people to attack the left. Along the way, you will encounter lightning symbol dogs, hedge dogs and corpse-eating dogs. Don't worry about the losses, charge towards the north. Bao Tong, take the right path, lead 800 people. From the northwest direction, there will be battle cries, directly charge in, there will be no dogs obstructing you within 500 steps. If you encounter lightning symbol dog groups, charge with all your might. If you can't reach them in 3 minutes, retreat. Li Xian, send 400 people as backup, ready to be deployed at any time. If I do not give any orders, you will lead the retreating army. What about you, Mo Wu Tian? Li Xian's gaze flickered as he asked. Of course I will stay in the center. Why, are you worried? Mo Wu Tian was expressionless, his purple pupils staring at Li Xian. Li Xian immediately felt a chill from the bottom of his heart, running up his spine. This Mo Wu Tian, how did he become so terrifying? His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, killing intent surged in his chest. It seems the ancient inheritance he obtained is no small matter, otherwise, how could he have such progress? I had thought Little Beast King could compete with him. Only now do I know he is the true #1 genius of the demonic path. He is truly terrifying. Li Xian's heart turned cold, he could only accept the order. Chapter 397. They're here. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered, her expression became nervous as she quickly mobilized the dog group. The originally still dog pack formation began to move like a giant millstone. As for these Gu masters who charged in, they had all turned into green beans and yellow beans. In just a moment, they were ground into bean dregs, most of them died. The rest saw that the situation was bad and quickly retreated. The Demonic Path Alliance army suffered a huge loss, over 1,000 people were sent in, but only a few hundred returned in defeat. Young Master Wu Tian, did you see clearly? Li Chang was the first to speak. I followed your instructions and charged in. In the first wave, we met the Iron Shield dogs. We fought and retreated, moving to the left, but were attacked by the Lightning Symbol dogs and Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. There were too many of them, we could not kill them all. After fighting for a while, we could only retreat. Bao Tong's temper became even more violent. I led 800 people, but I did not hear any battle cries from the northwest direction. Instead, I heard people fighting in the southeast direction. I led my army to attack, but was immediately attacked by lightning symbol dogs, hedge dogs, and corpse-eating dogs. Hu Mei Er's expression was also unsightly. Young Master Wu Tian, I listened to you and prepared to attack. But after charging for 800 steps, we did not encounter any dog groups. Just as we were feeling suspicious, we suddenly saw dog groups surrounding us from all directions. Thankfully, I turned around and counterattacked, otherwise, would have lost my life there. Li Xian was expressionless, standing at the side. His group was prepared to protect the scattered Gu masters and face the pursuing dog groups. But while there were scattered soldiers, none of the dogs chased after them, causing him to stand there for a long time. Mo Wu Tian's expression was grim. After a while, he spoke, I can see the exact situation more clearly than you. This dog group has someone commanding them, it is not a dead formation, but a living one. That is why you all returned in defeat. Everyone was shocked. There is someone commanding them. Who could it be? Mo Wu Tian shook his head. The fog is too thick, I can only vaguely see and cannot see clearly. There is definitely a mastermind behind this, only human intelligence can make such a brilliant reaction. But don't worry, I have a deep understanding of the enslavement path. You only need to attack like this to break the encirclement and obtain the Gu immortal inheritance. Their faces were stained with blood. They looked at each other for a while. Because of Mo Wu Tian's rank 5 strength and the temptation of the immortal treasure, they reluctantly nodded. But this time, they still returned in failure. In fact, the losses were even more severe than the last time. The mastermind has great attainments in the enslavement path. I underestimated him. Mo Wu Tian frowned deeply. Just now, his plan was thorough, and the 4 sides cooperated ingeniously, but he didn't expect the other party to react so quickly, as if seeing through his plan in an instant. The mobilization of troops was neither too fast nor too slow. The 4 paths were destroyed one after another. His movements vaguely had the demeanor of a master. Mo Wu Tian, you have to give me an explanation. We fought with our lives on the line and lost so many people. Not even a strand of immortal treasure could be seen. Is it fun for you to stand there and watch? You are a rank 5 Gu master now, you should do your part. Bao Tong shouted angrily as he covered his injuries. Oh. You want an explanation? Hee hee. Then I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Mo Wu Tian laughed sinisterly, his purple eyes suddenly lighting up. You. Bao Tong was caught off guard. He stared at Mo Wu Tian with all his might, unable to move. After a while, he fell to the ground with a thud. Dead. The demonic path Gu masters gasped. Fiery Star Bao Tong, a famous rank 4 fire path Gu master. Mo Wu Tian didn't even move, he just stared and killed him. You want an explanation, I will give you one. Are you satisfied with this explanation? If not, you can tell me. Mo Wu Tian looked at Bao Tong's corpse, listening attentively. You are not speaking, it seems you are satisfied. Mo Wu Tian laughed, looking around. Hee hee hee, Bao Tong is satisfied, are you guys satisfied? Do you want me to give you an explanation? The surroundings were deathly silent. Mo Wu Tian killed people while talking. Bao Tong was rank 4 upper stage, but he could not even block one move, dying instantly. The demonic path Gu masters were shocked and afraid, they started to regret being blinded by greed. Why did they follow Mo Wu Tian? Now that they were on the pirate ship, they wanted to leave. Too late. Hu Mei Er and the rest lowered their heads, not daring to look at Mo Wu Tian's eyes. Mo Wu Tian's method of killing made them tremble in fear. They had thought that Mo Wu Tian had just advanced to rank 5, his battle strength might not be rank 5, but to think that Mo Wu Tian's battle strength was beyond imagination, comparable to Wu Gui and the rest. How old was he? The number 1 genius of the demonic path, truly deserving of his title. After successfully killing and establishing his might, Mo Wu Tian laughed evilly. Bao Tong's Gu are still here, you guys can split them. Consider it my compensation. Once he said this, the Gu master's eyes brightened. Li Xian was the first to react. With a whoosh, he pounced on Bao Tong's corpse like a rabbit, taking his Gu worms. Almost at the next moment, Hu Mei Er and Li Chang also reacted, pouncing on him. The others could only stare, not daring to fight. The 3 of them took all of Bao Tong's wealth, gaining a lot. The resentment in their hearts dissipated, turning into reverence towards Mo Wu Tian. Mo Wu Tian could use his gaze to kill. This was not strange, it was a visual killer move. This killer move directly competed with the soul. The loser's soul would dissipate, not even having the chance to self-detonate their Gu worms. Mo Wu Tian was a soul path Gu master, the strength of his soul was unrivaled. If he could deal with Bao Tong like this, wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with them? Cough, cough. Li Xian coughed, asking, since there are dog beasts guarding this place, then this must be the central control hall. There is a high chance that the Gu Immortal's wealth is hidden there. But how are we going to kill our way in? He was astute. After obtaining the most benefits from Bao Tong, he immediately expressed his support for Mo Wu Tian. Speaking of the Gu Immortal's inheritance, Hu Mei Er and Li Chang's attention was also drawn to this topic. Mo Wu Tian looked at the people around him. They were all injured, their faces were haggard, they were frightened and had low morale. He sighed and said, "What a motley crew." It seemed like he could only gather more people before he could break through. Spread the news, be it righteous path or demonic path Gu masters, just say that Tai Mu Bai and the rest have already entered the hall. The Gu masters who obtained King Quan's inheritance are blocking us outside. They want to take all the benefits for themselves. This. Hu Mei Er hesitated. Mo Wu Tian sneered, "Time is pressing, once the blessed land collapses, we will have nothing. Without anyone else, do you think we have the strength to charge in?" "Young master is right," Hu Mei Er quickly said. They finally stopped. On the slope, Bai Ningbing let out a sigh of relief, but soon frowned again. The methods that Fang Yuan gave her had already been used up by more than half. If they attacked a few more times, Bai Ningbing would be out of ideas. Ha ha ha, my strategy of obtaining victory in the chaos was indeed correct. Explode this wall. I can obtain King Bao Wang Ba Dan's inheritance. Xiao Meng laughed loudly. Right now, he was alone in a hidden cave. In front of him, there was a thick and huge stone door. As long as he could explode it, he could obtain King Bao's final inheritance. Boom boom boom. Light blossomed. Explosions rang out continuously. After a long while, Xiao Meng stopped his attacks while gasping for breath, looking at the stone door with hatred. The stone door was unscathed, showing no signs of damage. Light path excels in speed and purification, but its destructive power cannot compare to fire path. This stone door is sturdy. King Bao clearly wants the fated person to use fire goo to break it open. But I do not have these goo worms. Xiao Meng gritted his teeth. He felt indignant. Right at this time, a goo master came to report. "Get out, who let you in?" "King Bao's inheritance, I want to open it alone." "Eh? What did you say?" Xiao Meng scolded loudly. Suddenly hearing his subordinate's report, he grabbed the person's collar and brought him up. "You said there is a Gu immortal inheritance. Hidden in the fog, being attacked by everyone?" "Yes. This news has already spread, countless Gu masters have gathered. How could I dare to deceive second young master?" The subordinate quickly said. "Humph, don't call me second young master. I hate this title." Xiao Meng scolded, looking at the stone door reluctantly, but his gaze changed from hesitation to determination. Wang Ba Dan was only a rank 5 Gu master. Although he was called King Bao, he was only at the same rank as Xiao Meng. How could his inheritance compare to a Gu immortal's inheritance? "Go, let's go." Xiao Meng dragged his subordinate and walked out quickly. There are more and more people. On the hill, Bai Ningbing frowned deeply. There were already over 10,000 people gathered outside the fog. These people, although their cultivations were uneven, with some being rank 1 and 2, were still Gu masters. Their combined strength was enough to form a flood that could engulf everything. And even though he had close to 100,000 dog beasts, he was only one person. Outside the hill, countless gazes looked forward with fervent gazes. They were all attracted here by the immortal treasure. There was a commotion in the surroundings, but Mo Wu Tian smiled without speaking. His goal was achieved. Birds die for food and men die for wealth. This was the human heart. The righteous path has gathered people again and charged into the fog. Hu Mei Er looked not far away, full of worry. "Young Master Wu Tian, almost all the demonic path Gu masters are here. Shouldn't you gather them and form a group? We can't let the righteous path snatch the immortal treasure." No rush, no rush. The fog is thick, the dog formation is as firm as an iron wall, what can their charge amount to? Mo Wu Tian snickered coldly, but did not move. The demonic path was not like the righteous path was united and easy to ally with, while the demonic path Gu masters were used to roaming alone. Although he, Mo Wu Tian, had rank 5 cultivation, he was still young, and this was his first time acting as the leader, he could not convince the others. Kong Ri Tian and Li Fei Lu, these demonic path veterans, would not easily listen to him. Only by making them realize the necessity and benefits of working together, could he take advantage of the situation and get twice the result with half the effort. At this moment, in the hall, the Gu refinement had reached a crucial moment. After brewing for a long time, the golden peanut shell and divine travel Gu collided. Rumble. Feng Yuan and Feng Tian Yu's vision darkened, as thunderous roars resounded in their ears. Unlimited divine opportunity, roam the wilderness. Open for me. Feng Yuan screamed, using all his concentration to activate divine travel Gu. Divine travel Gu was an immortal Gu, how could a mortal like him activate it so easily? Fortunately, he had the land spirit's secret help. As immortal essence gushed out, divine travel Gu turned into a speck of light and entered the golden peanut shell. Chapter 398. Xiao Meng looked at the fog in front of him, his gaze deep. He relied on his rank 5 cultivation to obtain the authority of the Righteous Path's commander. He had organized several attacks, but they were all defeated and returned in low spirits. In the fog, there were countless dogs and beasts, causing every wave of Gu masters that charged in to suffer heavy losses. Even if the losses are heavy, they cannot stop my footsteps. Immortal treasure, this is an immortal treasure. Xiao Meng's eyes shone with brilliance as he shouted in his heart. Let's continue and organize the next wave of attacks. Xiao Meng shouted, but there were few who responded this time. The lesson of blood was right in front of them, even though the benefits were huge, these righteous Gu masters could not help but hesitate, after all they only had one life. A bunch of cowards. Xiao Meng saw everyone hesitating and cursed in his heart. To him, time was of the essence, other than this immortal treasure, he still had King Bao's inheritance waiting for him to open. If there is an enslavement path Gu master commanding the beast group as cannon fodder, then the Gu master casualties will decrease sharply and we can definitely regroup. Xiao Meng suddenly thought of this. At this moment, the importance of enslavement path Gu masters became obvious. Where did Wu Clan's Wu Shintong go? With Wu Shintong's help, we can definitely break through the fog and reach the central control hall. Xiao Meng asked. But the answer he got made him extremely disappointed. Wu Shintong was nowhere to be seen, even Wu Clan's clansmen were looking for him. Xiao Meng looked at the demonic formation and his heart shook, not just Wu Shintong, even the demonic paths Wu Gui and Zhang San have not appeared. Don't tell me the one controlling the dog beasts in the fog is one of them. Xiao Meng guessed in his heart as he looked at the general direction of the sacred hall. But the fog in front of him blocked his vision, making him even more irritated. Damn this fog, so annoying. Too bad Wanli Xiong Feng is not here. Otherwise, my clan's divine wind would have dispersed the fog long ago. Wan clan's Gu master sighed. If our clan's old clan leader appeared, would we be afraid of mere dogs? Tai clan's 4 old-timers snorted. Lord Xiao Meng, there is no progress in the situation, there are still demonic Gu masters watching us from the side. What should we do next? The Righteous Path's famous healing Gu master Tao Zi walked over and asked Xiao Meng. These demonic bastards. Xiao Meng glanced at the diabolism camp in the distance and became even more annoyed. Looks like I have to make a move. He snorted coldly, and his eyes shone brightly. All of you, step back. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly retreated dozens of steps. Suddenly, there was an empty space around Xiao Meng, highlighting his existence. Xiao Meng stood still. Slowly closing his eyes, he poured his consciousness into his aperture and slowly circulated his purple crystal primeval essence. The waves on the surface of the quintessential sea grew larger and larger. After brewing for a while, Xiao Meng suddenly opened his eyes. The primeval sea had already turned into a tsunami, and a large amount of primeval essence poured into the 3 goo worms. Extreme light goo. Self-will goo. Bright spear goo. Killing move, glory of my spear. Xiao Meng's body began to emit dazzling white light. The light was dense and rapidly expanded to the size of a hill. Xiao Meng was bathed in the light, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. It was as if a deity had descended to the mortal world. He slowly pointed his finger in the direction of the thick fog. Instantly, the incandescent light around him was drawn in. It fiercely shot out. All the snow-white sunlight shot out the moment it shot out. It formed a light spear that was 60 feet long and 20 feet wide. And beside Xiao Meng, there was not a single drop of light left. 60% of the purple crystal primeval essence in his aperture was consumed in an instant. The light spear had a majestic aura, directly piercing through the thick fog and landing on the hill with lightning speed. Boom! A ferocious explosion suddenly occurred. An intense light burst forth, causing everyone to close their eyes and subconsciously take a step back. Even Mo Wu Tian had to squint his eyes into a slit. The explosion caused the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. After the white light, there was a shockwave. The shockwave transformed into a gale that radiated in all directions. It whistled as it swept over, causing many people to sway unsteadily. Puff, puff. In the hall, Fang Yuan and Feng Tianyu, who were refining goo, were disrupted and both spurted out a mouthful of blood. Bai Ningbing's face was pale, her ears filled with the sound of the explosion. This is the battle strength of a rank 5 goo master. Fortunately, such a killer move did not hit me. If it had landed on me, my defensive goo would not even last a breath of time. Bai Ningbing could not help but feel shocked. A rank 5 goo master's killer move was not something the current her could block. The whiteness in her eyes gradually faded. Where the huge light spear landed, thousands of dog beasts were completely vaporized. What was originally a gentle slope of the hill was now a huge pit. Bai Ningbing took in a breath of cold air. Such power, if it was shot a few more times, the whole dog formation would be destroyed. She felt even more uncertain, but fortunately, Fang Yuan had told her what to do if she was hit by such a powerful move. Under Bai Ningbing's command, large numbers of dog beasts rushed to the pit, and the gap in the defense was gradually filled up. Hiss, so many dog beasts. Bai Ningbing's mood was grave. The righteous and demonic goo masters also drew in a breath of cold air. Earlier, when the fog was thick, they could not see it. But now, the fog had been dispersed by the white light, and everyone's vision was clear. Over 90,000 dog beasts, densely packed, lined up on the hill, forming an iron bucket defense. Lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthemum Akita dogs, hedge dogs, iron shield dogs, Yin dogs. Someone counted, each dog group had at least 5,000. So many dog kings. Someone exclaimed. No matter how many dog beasts there were, they could not conceal the dog king's ferocity. Other than a few chrysanthemum Akita dogs, these dog kings were all lying down, like flames in the darkness, extremely obvious. These dog beasts and dog kings are not much of a threat. But there are Heavy Tai, Green Flower, Smoke Song, Light Hung and Star Hung, these 5 great mountain dog groups. The goo masters with keen eyes were pale. The outer defense was formed by lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthemum Akita dogs and other ordinary dog beasts. The inner defense was formed by the 5 great mountain dog formation. And at the entrance of the bronze hall, there was the final layer of defense, formed by hundreds of hairy men. The entire formation was tight, but it was not rigid. All parts were connected to each other. It really is an iron formation. Mo Wu Tian's purple pupils shined, the more he observed, the more troublesome it was. Even more people's gazes moved towards the bronze hall. The hall was simple and grand, the patterns and structure were emitting a dense ancient aura. That is the bronze hall, the place where the immortal treasure is sealed. As long as we get past the dog group, we can reach the hall. Immortal treasure, immortal treasure. I wonder what kind of earth-shattering wealth is there. Everyone's gazes gradually became heated, the target was right in front of them, it stimulated their greed. He, it is time. It's time. Mo Wu Tian looked around, his sharp senses sensing the change in the atmosphere. Greed was like a fire, burning in everyone's hearts. However, the huge pack of dogs deterred them, and everyone understood that it was impossible to succeed on their own. This was the basis of cooperation. Lord Xiaomang, let's talk about cooperation. Mo Wu Tian moved like a phantom, taking a few steps, he stood out from the crowd and arrived in front of Xiaomang. Xiaomang snorted, when he saw this dense dog group, he thought of cooperation. But he was afraid of Mo Wu Tian's rejection, and worried about himself, a righteous path rank 5. But he took the initiative to talk about cooperation with the demonic path, it would be used against him and people would gossip about him. Now that Mo Wu Tian took the initiative to look for him, it was exactly what Xiaomang wanted. Xiaomang snorted. His attitude was neither cold nor warm, he looked at Mo Wu Tian. Mo Wu Tian immediately understood Xiaomang's meaning, he was extremely disdainful of such hypocrisy, but he said, then after a moment. We will attack from the front and back. Xiaomang nodded slightly. He turned around, no longer looking at him. Mo Wu Tian sneered, he turned around and said to everyone, I took the initiative to look for him and provoke Xiaomang, I want to spar with him. Next, we will split into 2 and attack together. Let's see if it is the righteous path or us demonic path that will attack the bronze hall first. Xiaomang announced, demonic path scoundrels are greedy and despicable, they actually wanted to cooperate with me, but I rejected them. How can I team up with such despicable people? After a moment, they will attack, we will take the chance and let them share our pressure. Ha ha ha. Young Master Wu Tian is domineering. Defeat these righteous path hypocrites. The demonic path Gu masters were mobilized, shouting. Lord Xiaomang is wise. Let those demonic scoundrels attract the firepower for you. The righteous path Gu masters were roused. Kill. After a moment, the attack began. The righteous path and demonic path were far away from each other, attacking from 2 different directions. Bai Ningbing hid somewhere, using the shared vision of the land spirit to observe the whole battlefield. 10,000 dogs barked and howled, brandishing their sharp claws as they charged forward. At once, blood flowed and broken limbs flew everywhere. All kinds of goo worms appeared, ice and fire flew together, lightning flashed, the ground rumbled and green vines grew. Kill. Yi Chong took the lead, brave and fearless. His body was covered in blue fish scales, the wind blew his disheveled, fiery red hair. Beside him, there was a light blue whirlpool. Together with the black fins on his back, he was like a vicious shark in the sea. Even a pack of ordinary dogs couldn't stop them. The immortal treasure, if I can snatch 1 or 2 and make a contribution, I will be able to change my surname to Shang when I return to the clan. Yi Hua's gaze was resolute, he turned into a god of fire, charging with even more power than Yi Chong. Everywhere he went, flames raged and dogs howled. Kong Ri Tian laughed heartily, turning into a rain of flowers. Li Xian sneered, while no one was paying attention, he used a rank 5 goo worm to conceal his body and sneak up. Let's work together, I will heal him, no need to worry. Tao Zi shouted, and a large number of goo masters immediately gathered. The crowd surged, in the heated battlefield, Yan Jun was walking calmly, his steps were neither fast nor slow, as if he was taking a stroll. A majestic dog king pounced at him, but Yan Jun's expression was calm as he suddenly turned into a phantom. The Dog King pounced, but only passed through the phantom. The phantom shook and returned to Yan Jun's original body. And the Dog King behind him was engaged in an intense battle with the Gu Masters behind him. Chapter 399. Kill, charge. Damn it, why are there so many dogs? Shouts, screams, curses and barks of the dogs merged into one, shaking heaven and earth. This article originated from, in less than 5 minutes, blood flowed like a river on the hill, corpses were everywhere. By Ning Bing hid in the dark, using all her strength to mobilize the dog group, relying on the land spirit's help, she gradually stabilized the situation. Lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthemum Akita dogs and other ordinary dog beasts were already dead. The Gu Masters charged halfway, but encountered the 5 great mountain dog formation, causing their heads to bleed. Heavy Tai, Green Flower, Smoke Song, Light Hung and Star Hung, these 5 great dog breeds were even stronger, forming a circular formation. It was very reliable. Like a great dam, it blocked the flood of Gu Masters. At this stage, be it the righteous path or demonic path, they suffered heavy casualties. Brother, persevere. Meng Tu grabbed Jiao Huang's arm, the latter was heavily injured, blood was flowing out. Jiao Huang borrowed Meng Tu's strength, barely managing to charge with the group. At this moment, he could not retreat. He could not stop to rest. Once he left the group, the dog group would engulf him. Brother, we suffered a huge loss this time. We had accepted Shang clan's mission to take Fang Yuan's head. But to think we encountered this immortal treasure, sigh, we were blinded by greed, falling into this desperate situation. Jiao Huang sighed. These two had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, they were a famous assassination duo in the demonic path. They had successfully assassinated the rank 4 Gu Master Xiao Fu Lu. They wanted to rely on Shang clan, thus they were prepared to deal with Fang Yuan secretly. But along the way, they did not find a good opportunity. After entering the blessed land, they encountered the immortal treasure, they followed and almost died. In this chaotic battle, only rank 5 experts could move unhindered. Rank 4 peak stage, they had to fight. Rank 4 upper stage, they had to gather and move. Those rank 1 and 2 Gu Masters participated in the charge, they suffered the most casualties. Rank 3 Gu Masters also had to rely on luck to survive. But even so, the Gu Masters continued to charge. The illusory immortal treasure. It ignited the most fanatical flame in their hearts. They forgot themselves as they charged forward. All of them were fantasizing about obtaining the immortal treasury and soaring into the sky, becoming people above all. Only a small number of people died. His gaze cleared up, and he began to feel regret. Unfortunately, it was too late. These people have all gone mad. They have been lured by the immortal treasury and have already forgotten about life and death. Tai Ruanan slowed down her charge and looked around. The battlefield was shocking. The 4 Tai family elders surrounded Tai Ruanan, keeping her safe. In this old man's opinion, I'm afraid that Mo Wu Tian also contributed to this. The leader of the Tai family's 4 elders suddenly said in a low voice. You mean? Tai Ruanan's eyes flashed. In the distance, Mo Wu Tian walked through the crowd with his head held high, laughing maniacally. The purple pupils flashed with a dazzling light. He was a soul path Gu master, he secretly used Gu worms to influence everyone, making them even more passionate. People of the Devil Dao. Everyone has the right to punish him. Tai Ruanan snorted coldly as killing intent surged in her chest. Young master. Mo Wu Tian is a rank 5 expert after all, it is not easy to fight him. There is a need to prioritize matters, our target is not him. One of the Tai clan elders advised. Tai Ruanan pursed her lips tightly and nodded heavily, her gaze firm as steel. That's right, the most important thing now is Little Beast King Fang Yuan. Ha ha ha, to think that the person controlling the beasts behind the scenes is only so. Mo Wu Tian laughed maniacally. The wind in the battlefield was blowing, causing his black hair to flutter and his demonic flames to spread. Righteous and demonic Gu masters charged together. The progress was better than he had expected. Bai Ningbing was a newbie after all. She had seen Fang Yuan's formation earlier and adapted according to Fang Yuan's instructions. Now that the situation was complicated, she had to deal with many things at once, and in the eyes of someone like Mo Wu Tian, she would naturally be exposed. Mo Wu Tian's purple pupils flashed with eerie light. As he charged forward, he was multitasking. From time to time, he controlled Gu worms to defeat the dog groups, and from time to time, he influenced the people's hearts and created a fanatical atmosphere, while activating his Gu worms to investigate. Enslavement Path Gu masters had strong offense. They could fight enemies several times their size by themselves. But the great Tao of nature was balanced. Enslavement Path also had a clear flaw. Other than the huge consumption of resources, their individual battle strength was weak, and they could be easily killed. Mo Wu Tian had been searching for Bai Ningbing's location. As long as he killed Bai Ningbing, the dog group formation would collapse, and most of it would collapse on its own. Found her. Mo Wu Tian's gaze suddenly concentrated, finding Bai Ningbing's hiding place. He, hand over your life. He laughed and waved his sleeves, turning into a ball of purple demonic fog. The demonic fog's speed was astonishing. It traversed the battlefield, and in a few breaths of time, it was only 1,000 steps away from Bai Ningbing. Not good. Bai Ningbing's heart sank when she saw the movement. Mo Wu Tian was a rank 5 Gu master, while Bai Ningbing was only rank 4. She was already hard to fight, not to mention now that he had to control the dog group. But thankfully, I have a trump card. Bai Ningbing was shocked but did not panic. She willed, go bite him, Ba Huang. A dog emperor that was the size of a hill, heard the command and jumped, flying over 100 feet, crashing in front of Mo Wu Tian. Woof! Ba Huang roared. It was like a bolt of lightning, suppressing the entire battlefield into silence. Next, the dog group went into a frenzy. Their morale rose, and the Gu master's casualties increased. What a good dog emperor! Its whole body was covered in glossy yellow fur, its body was majestic, its head was like a lion, and the mane on its neck was thick, dazzling like the sun. This was the emperor of beasts. It could not be underestimated. With all its wild Gu, it could fight against a rank 5 Gu master. Damn it! Mo Wu Tian cursed, but was blocked by Ba Huang. Bai Ningbing was about to let out a sigh of relief, but at this time, a dazzling platinum light shot out from the battlefield, instantly arriving. He. Demonic Path Jr., watch me. The white light turned into a human. It was the rank 5 Righteous Path expert Xiao Mang. Ing Ming. Bai Ningbing endured the pressure and called out in his heart, sending out a second dog emperor. This second dog emperor was only the size of an ordinary dog beast. Its snow-white fur had bright patterns, like pink cherry blossoms. Facing Xiao Mang's intense pressure, the wild Gu on the dog emperor Ing Ming's body was also activated, causing clouds to form on Ing Ming's 4 legs as it flew up. A mere wild dog, it is actually a dog emperor. Xiao Mang sneered, attacking and defending at lightning speed, but he quickly retracted his underestimation and calmly faced the battle. Bai Ningbing's expression was gloomy. Although the 2 rank 5 experts were blocked, this situation was only temporary. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Man's intelligence surpassed beasts in the end. Eventually, Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Mang would get to know the dog emperor's background, and with ease, they could even turn around. They would directly kill her, Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked around the battlefield. The others were still fighting in the center. There was no threat for now. Bai Ningbing let out a sigh of relief, turning her gaze back to the bronze hall. There is not much time left. Her blue eyes squinted, emitting a cold radiance. Inside the bronze hall, Fang Yuan breathed roughly. He was breathing roughly. And Feng Tianyu. He had already fallen to the side, unconscious. Fang Yuan's 7 orifices were bleeding, but he did not care. A pair of burning eyes stared in front of him. A goo, emitting a brilliant light, floated in the air. It did not have a specific shape. Sometimes it was like a colorful cloud, sometimes it was like a whirlpool of light. Success! Fang Yuan was filled with joy. He had already successfully refined divine travel goo. Now, he was only one step away from obtaining the second aperture goo. You succeeded, you really succeeded. The land spirit appeared beside Fang Yuan. It was very weak, but its eyes were shining, filled with the joy of success. You are indeed a future goo immortal, being able to refine divine travel goo, amazing. Entrusting it to you was indeed the right choice. Now, the most difficult hurdle is finally over. This is the clouds parting to see the clear sky. Next, I will use third watch goo. Success will follow naturally, there is no more difficulty. The land spirit sighed, full of emotions. After thousands of years of hard work, I have finally succeeded today. The recipe is indeed feasible. I am really happy, really excited. But, it is a pity. I will not be able to see the second aperture goo. Saying so, the land spirit Ba Gui's body gradually faded, becoming more and more faint, until it completely disappeared in the air. It was dead. The immortal essence in the bronze cauldron had already been used up, only a thin trace was left. The blessed land had mostly collapsed, its destruction was close at hand. The old and weak Ba Gui assisted Fang Yuan in refining goo, and also helped by Ning Bing defend the formation, but it could not resist such pressure, completely dying in this world. But compared to his previous life, dying in despair under everyone's attacks, it was much happier in this life. It could be said to have died a worthy death. Ba Gui's death meant that the immortal essence could not be used. But Fang Yuan was not nervous. For the next step, large amounts of yuan stone could be used as a substitute. Even if Ba Gui was still here, the trace of immortal essence in the bronze cauldron had to support the blessed land's operation. It could not be used to refine goo. The difficulty of refining the immortal goo this time is even higher than spring-autumn cicada. Just now, when the hall shook, I almost failed. If I failed, my mortal body would definitely die from the backlash. I would not even have time to activate spring-autumn cicada. Moreover, this most crucial step consumes a lot of mental energy. A mortal would not be able to do it. Fortunately, for safety's sake, I chose to enslave Feng Tianyu. Otherwise, I would not have succeeded. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan refined spring-autumn cicada, he was already a goo immortal. This time, he had no hope of refining the immortal goo with the qualifications of a mortal. But firstly, the mysterious goo immortal had racked his brains and spent his entire life researching this recipe. It was indeed the essence. Secondly, the recipe used the immortal goo divine travel, greatly reducing the difficulty of transcending mortality. Thirdly, it was not Fang Yuan's own strength. He had to rely on the land spirit and refinement master Feng Tianyu's help. Because of all these factors, Fang Yuan was able to complete the most dangerous and difficult step. Next is to use third watch goo. This is much simpler. Right, I wonder what the situation outside is like. Fang Yuan calmed down and retracted his mind. Only then did he hear the battle cries outside the hall. Fang Yuan, be careful. A hole has been broken in the dog formation. There is a rank 4 goo master charging towards you. Right at this time, Bai Ning Bing sent a warning. Fang Yuan's expression sank as he slowly stood up. Chapter 400. Now that the land spirit was dead, Fang Yuan could no longer check the situation outside the hall. But he had his previous life's memories. He did not need to check to make some guesses. Right now, there are only 2 rank 5 goo masters left in the blessed land, Xiao Mang and Mo Wu Tian. They should be blocked by the 2 dog emperors. There are many rank 4 Gu masters, but there is only one who could reach here at this time. That is Yen tribe's young tribe leader Yen Jun. This child inherited the ancient Phantom Path inheritance. He is most proficient in dodging attacks. It's not difficult for him to break through the Hound Beast formation. Fang Yuan thought in his heart, and the truth was as such. Phantom Path had once flourished in the olden antiquity era. The concept was to be free and unfettered, avoiding danger and becoming invincible. As long as one could avoid all attacks, they would be a form of invincibility. In his previous life's memories, Phantom Path Yen Jun also shone on Tian Mountain, challenging demonic path Gu masters and causing the demonic path to be in a terrible situation. Only when Mo Wu Tian appeared did he leave with heavy injuries. This blessed land's defense is not strong. The central area is so important, but only a bronze hall was built. Although it can be used for storage, its defense is weak. It looks good but is useless. If it was like Hu Immortal blessed land with Dang Hun Mountain's defense, it would be like a heavenly moat. Even Gu Immortals would have a headache. Even my former blessed land, which was made into a blood sea, is much better than this broken hall. Fang Yuan felt hatred in his heart. He walked to Feng Tianyu and kicked him awake. Get up. Fang Yuan said coldly. Feng Tianyu had worked hard and made great contributions. If not for him sharing most of the pressure, Fang Yuan would not have reached this stage. Master. He woke up, his eyes were bloodshot, his hair was messy like weeds, and his face was pale. He trembled as he bowed towards Fang Yuan. Go out of the hall and block a rank 4 Phantom Path Gu master, even if you have to sacrifice your life. Fang Yuan ordered coldly. Yes, subordinate will do my best. Feng Tianyu bit his lips and immediately left. His primeval essence was almost used up, his battle strength was insufficient, moreover as a refinement path master, he was not good at fighting. This trip could be said to be certain death. But now, Fang Yuan had to carry out the last step. She didn't have any other power at hand, so she could only use him as a counter. The most important thing now is the second aperture Gu. Sacrificing a Gu refinement master is nothing. Fang Yuan sat down cross-legged again, looking at the ever-changing radiance in the sky. At this stage, the second aperture Gu was already more than half completed. It was between real and fake, between tangible and intangible. It couldn't be moved, and it could only exist for 6 hours. 6 hours later, if the finishing touches were not carried out, the radiance would dissipate, and all the previous efforts would be in vain. There's no turning back. As long as I complete the final step, I can obtain the second aperture Gu. But Fang Yuan subconsciously rubbed his lower abdomen, his gaze solemn. In the blessed land, time flowed 3 times faster than the outside world. The spring-autumn cicada healed very quickly, putting a lot of pressure on the aperture. At this moment, even though Fang Yuan's aperture was at rank 4 upper stage, it was unable to bear the burden. There were signs of cracks appearing on the aperture walls. Next, he still needed to use 2/3 watch Gu, stacking them together. That would be 9 times the speed of time. At that time, would the aperture be able to withstand it? Fang Yuan wasn't a reckless person. Before refining the Gu, he had already calculated it meticulously. This gamble, he had a high chance of winning. As long as he had the second aperture, and left the blessed land in time, he could gain a few more months of breathing time. By then, he would have a backup plan. 3rd watch Gu, go. He calmed his mind, concentrating his mind and starting the finishing touches. Under the effect of 3rd watch Gu, that lump of radiance immediately accelerated. The radiance was dazzling, and it even gave off an indescribable mystical feeling. Divine travel Gu expands space, 3rd watch Gu condenses time. This is the operation of the laws of the 2 paths of the universe, as expected of the Gu path that has been passed down since the immemorial era. True knowledge comes from practice. Fang Yuan had some comprehension. As time passed, the effect of the first 3rd watch Gu was nearing its end. The radiance faintly solidified, showing signs of completion. The battle cries outside the hall became louder and louder, but be it Mo Wu Tian, Xiao Meng, or Yan Jun, none of them charged in. Good, next, I will use the third watch Gu. Seeing that it was about to succeed, Fang Yuan couldn't help but become excited. But right at this time, Bai Ning Bing transmitted, Fang Yuan, be careful. Tai Ruanan has broken through the defensive line and is heading towards you. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Right now, he was fully concentrated and could not leave. How could he face the enemy? Feng Tianyu was also sent out, he had no defense around him at all. What to do? Bai Ning Bing, what are you doing? Why aren't you coming in to protect me? I can't move now, if I die, you will also die under the poison vow Gu. Fang Yuan transmitted angrily. He was helpless, he could only send Bai Ning Bing over. Without Bai Ning Bing's control, the dog groups outside would be like dragons without a leader, causing chaos. Not long later, the group of experts would charge in. But Fang Yuan could not care so much. Right now, he was like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered, without any ability to retaliate. If no one was protecting him, he would be easily killed by Tai Ruanan. Fortunately, the Gu refinement was already at its final stage, only the third watch Gu was left. Fang Yuan could only place his hopes on time. As long as he used every second he had and finished the refinement, with the rank 4 and 5 movement Gu he had, he would be able to break out of the encirclement and escape. As for Bai Ning Bing, she was suitable to stay behind to block the enemy, she could be considered to be utilized to the extreme. As for how she would end up, it was not something Fang Yuan could consider now. Bam! The sacred hall's door was pushed open. Tai Ruanan walked in, and seeing the scene in the hall, she was dazed at first, before reacting with surprise and joy. Little Beast King, today is the day of your death. Before she finished speaking, she pounced. She waved her hand, and countless golden needles shot out. Bai Ning Bing. The aura of death was so dense that it assaulted his senses. Fang Yuan had no choice but to transmit his voice again. Swoosh! Cold wind blew, frost spread and condensed into an ice wall, blocking all the golden needles. At the next moment, Bai Ning Bing also appeared at the entrance of the hall. But her condition was clearly not good, her body was bathed in blood and full of injuries. One of the most serious injuries. On her back, from her shoulder to her abdomen, it was so deep that her bones could be seen. Her clothes were stained with green leaves, her silver-white hair was also burnt, and her entire left arm was black and purple. It was evident that she was poisoned. Quickly stop her. Fang Yuan growled, I only need this bit of time. If you have the mood to talk nonsense, you might as well hurry up and refine the Gu. Bai Ning Bing gritted her teeth, scolding angrily. She caught up in a few steps and started fighting with Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan sneered, her golden needles shot out like lightning, her attacks were extremely fierce. Bai Ning Bing gritted her teeth and persevered. She was heavily injured, her battle strength was less than a tenth of her original strength, and soon fell into a dangerous situation. After a few rounds of fighting, Bai Ning Bing's injuries were severe, the intense pain caused her leg to sprain and her body to sway. Tai Ruanan sharply grasped the opportunity. She suddenly attacked viciously. Bai Ning Bing suffered another heavy injury, falling to the ground. I will kill you first. Tai Ruanan's forehead flashed, the imprint on her forehead turned solid. It formed into a golden flying dagger that shot out. Swoosh! The golden flying dagger pierced through the air, missing Bai Ning Bing's neck by a few millimeters, stabbing into the bronze floor. Bai Ning Bing rolled in time, dodging the fatal attack. She shouted, how much longer do you need? Fang Yuan's heart was pounding, he gritted his teeth and shouted, just a bit more. Even if you die, you have to hold on. If I die, you won't be able to live either. Bai Ningbing's curses were interrupted by Tai Ruanan's attack. Tai Ruanan's attacks came wave after wave. Bai Ningbing was forced to retreat. She could only dodge, struggling on the line between life and death. The situation was extremely dangerous. After a few rounds, Bai Ningbing breathed roughly. I can't hold on anymore. Fang Yuan, I am going to self-detonate. Your aptitude, has it returned to 100%? Fang Yuan was shocked. Nonsense. Bai Ningbing scolded. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Bai Ningbing returning to the northern dark ice soul physique was inevitable. But he did not expect it to be so fast. According to his deductions, even if he had 3 times the time in the blessed land, it would still take several months. Fang Yuan was at the critical juncture of Gu refinement. He could not think too much. The self-detonation of one of the 10 extreme physiques was extremely powerful. Even a rank 5 Gu master would have to avoid it. Once Bai Ningbing self-detonated, it would greatly affect the entire battle. Try to hold on, unless absolutely necessary. Fang Yuan shouted. He was refining Gu with his back facing the door. He could not observe the fight between Tai Ruanan and Tai Ruanan. But the response he got was a deep sigh from Bai Ningbing. It's too late. The next moment, Fang Yuan felt cold air permeating the hall, the temperature plummeting. Crack crack, the sound of ice condensing could be heard continuously. What Gu is this? Tai Ruanan's exclamation was also transmitted to Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan barely managed to turn his head to look, only to see that the hall had already turned into a world of ice and snow. Bai Ningbing floated in the air. Her whole body had already turned into ice crystals, just like when she self-detonated on Qingmao Mountain. Cold wind howled. The glacier gradually rose, carrying a vast and majestic aura as it heavily crashed towards Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan's expression was fierce as she quickly retreated. But the hall's door had already been frozen. She was like a turtle in a jar, trapped in the ice layer. Don't tell me this is the legendary northern dark ice soul physique. Tai Ruanan exclaimed, suddenly reacting. But it was too late. She was sealed in the ice layer, like an insect in amber. The ice layer did not stop, instead spreading towards Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan shouted anxiously, but Bai Ningbing did not respond. Her body had almost become one with the frost, and her entire face had become indistinct. Her crystal-like blue pupils were no longer dazzling, as if they had completely dimmed. Damn it! Fang Yuan was so anxious that his head was hurting. The ice had already reached his body. He could only activate Yanggu. Yanggu flew out and landed on Bai Ningbing's body. Immediately, the yang energy turned cold, and a whirlpool of primeval qi formed. After so many years, the scene on Qingmao Mountain had once again replayed itself. The ice stopped spreading, but this distraction almost caused the Gu refinement to fail. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly focused his attention, no longer caring about what was behind him. Under his hard work, the rainbow light finally condensed, forming the second aperture Gu. Immortal Gu. I finally succeeded. At this moment, Fang Yuan's heart was bursting with joy. All his hard work, all the risks, he had obtained the most satisfying result. Swoosh. Right at this time, a sharp ice blade pierced through Fang Yuan's heart, piercing through his back and exposing his chest. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He looked back with difficulty. Bai Ningbing? You! Chapter 401. At this moment, the bronze hall was deathly silent. Time seemed to have frozen. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground. The rank 6 second aperture Gu was floating in the air in front of him. The immortal Gu refinement was a success, but Fang Yuan's attention was not on this immortal Gu at all. He turned his head with difficulty, looking at Bai Ningbing behind him, his gaze revealing deep suspicion. Bai Ningbing, who had returned to his male body, held the handle of his ice blade. expressionlessly standing behind him. Tai Ruanan slowly walked over, staring at Fang Yuan, her expression seeming both sad and happy. Fang Yuan, you never thought this day would come, right? Fang Yuan pretended not to hear her, only looking at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked down at Fang Yuan, returning to being a man. His body was taller, he wore a snow-white gown, his silver hair fluttering in the wind, his blue eyes deep and cold. He was like a glacier, cold and aloof. You never thought of it, right? Fang Yuan, in the end, you lost to me. Looking at Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing lightly smiled. Ever since I revived on Qingmao Mountain, I have been thinking about how to return to my male body. In the days I spent with you, I was firmly controlled by you. I could only become your chess piece and be manipulated by you. You are not the strongest enemy in my life, but I admit, you are the most terrifying one. Oh Fang Yuan, you are a natural schemer, ruthless, you can be said to be a peerless hero. But I, Bai Ningbing, am not an ordinary person, how can I become someone else's subordinate? The more you control me, squeeze me, use me, I am constantly thinking of how to escape, turn the tables, and counterattack. But the Yang Gu is in your hands, with just a thought, you can make it self-detonate. Thus, I held back from taking action, racking my brains to think of a countermeasure. Finally, one day, I had a flash of inspiration and thought of a method. Actually, making you hand over your Gu worms on your own, I had already succeeded once on Qingmao Mountain. That's right, that is to reenact the situation on Qingmao Mountain. When I self-detonate again, it will be time for you to use Yang Gu. Because of this, I began to secretly plot. The smile on Bai Ningbing's face gradually spread. If I want to self-detonate, of course it will not be a true self-detonation. There is still the possibility of you not using the Yang Gu. So, I chose Ice Crystal Gu. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. In Shang Clan City, Bai Ningbing chose the ice path. Among them, there were 3 transformation Gu, Frost Demon Gu, Snow Woman Gu, and Ice Crystal Gu. Wei Yang had once strongly suggested to Bai Ningbing to choose Snow Woman Gu. Snow Woman Gu was suitable for female Gu masters. As for Ice Crystal Gu, it was suitable for males. Bai Ningbing was a woman, but she chose Ice Crystal Gu. Wei Yang felt that it was a pity. You thought of it. Bai Ningbing laughed. That's right, I did not choose the Ice Crystal Gu in a fit of pique. It was the Snow Woman Gu's transformation into a snow woman, the image was obvious and could not be concealed. But after turning into ice crystals, with the help of the Ice Explosion Gu, it could create a majestic scene, extremely similar to the self-detonation of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Look, didn't I deceive you earlier? If I was not distracted during the Gu refinement, I would have sensed something fishy. How could you have succeeded so easily? Fang Yuan scoffed. Bai Ningbing, however, showed a serious expression, nodding. That's right. You are meticulous and observant. After I thought of this method, I felt it was not appropriate, there was a high chance of failure. Moreover, there was a turning point at that time, I even wanted to give up on this plan. The turning point Bai Ningbing was talking about was none other than the poison vow Gu. I was thinking, a man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. If I can use the poison vow to achieve my goal, so what if I am used for a period of time? Bai Ningbing's gaze was like smoke, recalling, but the following development made me realize that the poison vow Gu is not reliable. The poison vow between you and Shang Yizi, even though it was broken ingeniously, I still felt that you were too fearless. I've actually secretly investigated the contract with the Bai clan, but the rumors still leaked out afterwards, which makes me feel that something is wrong. I've learned one thing from you. Prepare for the best and prepare for the worst. Thus, I had to consider this situation. If the poison vow Gu does not restrict you, how should I deal with it? I know, if that is the case, then I am already in a desperate situation. I am restricted by the poison vow, but you are not. I am a pawn for you to use, without any ability to retaliate. With my own strength, I cannot escape this predicament, but in Shang Clan City, there is someone who can help me. Speaking of this person, I have to thank you for introducing me, Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing showed a mocking smile. He thought of the first time he met Dr. Su Shou. At that time, it was at Shang Yanfei's clan banquet. To thank Fang and Bai for escorting Shang Xinci back to the clan, Shang Yanfei summoned Dr. Su Shou to restore Fang Yuan's appearance. To make Bai Ningbing give up, Fang Yuan purposely asked her to come along. When Bai Ningbing met Dr. Su Shou with her true appearance, the latter's attitude immediately changed, becoming extremely gentle and kind. Dr. Su Shou was one of the 4 great doctors of southern border. She had a strange habit. She was obsessed with good looks. She liked handsome men and beautiful women. As long as they had good looks, she would treat them for free. If they were ugly, she would loathe them. No matter how high the reward was, she would not treat them. Bai Ningbing asked about the yin-yang rotation gu, and Dr. Su Shou's reply made her understand the importance of the yang gu in Fang Yuan's hands. But at the same time, Bai Ningbing became acquainted with Dr. Su Shou. Before leaving, Dr. Su Shou solemnly promised him that no matter what difficulties he faced, he could come and find her. Cough cough. Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. The ice blade had pierced through his heart, but with the support of his healing gu, he was barely able to survive. But the coldness of the ice blade caused his blood flow to slow down. The intense coldness caused numbness to spread throughout his body. But in his heart, these injuries were already minor details. This person you are talking about, could it be Dr. Su Shou? He, as expected of Fang Yuan, you guessed correctly. Bai Ningbing praised. This slut. Fang Yuan cursed fiercely, but had new suspicions. But you only met once, didn't you? No, wait, there was a second time. Fang Yuan was halfway through his words when he suddenly recalled something. In Shang Clan City, Bai Ningbing and Dr. Su Shou had met for the second time. At that time, Bai Ningbing and Yan Tu fought. They were only 1 move apart, but regrettably lost, suffering heavy injuries and even losing her vital gu. She went to Dr. Su Shou's place to receive treatment and recuperate. Don't tell me. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of something. His gaze was like lightning, piercing towards Bai Ningbing, as if this was the first time he saw this cold and handsome young man. Bai Ningbing smiled lightly. Her blue eyes were eerie. It seems you have guessed it. That's right, I lost the battle with Yan Tu on purpose. A vital gu is nothing, but in exchange for a chance to not arouse your suspicions, isn't it worth it? At that time, I decided to take a gamble. Bai Ningbing went to Dr. Su Shou's place, and based on his intuition, he took a risk. He confessed the rough truth to Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou sympathized with his predicament, and decided to help him escape from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. Bai Ningbing asked her if there was a way to get rid of the poison vow in this world. Dr. Su Shou answered that she could not get rid of the poison vow, but there was a way to get rid of the restriction of the poison vow. She recalled, once, when she was young and ignorant, she was deceived by a junior brother, and used the poison vow gu, making a love vow that she would never betray him. Later, to get rid of the poison vow, she used this method. Bai Ningbing asked, what method is it? Dr. Su Shou's gaze was solemn as she said, putting oneself in a desperate situation to be reborn. Once the poison vow gu activates, it would cause the oath-taker to die. Dr. Su Shou was a healing gu master. Her method was to purposely let the poison vow activate, and when the gu master dies, the poison vow would be removed, and the gu master would be reborn. This method is equivalent to forcefully dismantling the poison. Most healing gu masters cannot do it even if they think of it. I only managed to do it because of my special inheritance. Even so, there is a 1 in 3 chance of failure. Once you fail, you will die. You need to think carefully. Dr. Su Shou warned. Bai Ningbing immediately decided to use this method. With Dr. Su Shou's help, he was lucky enough to get rid of the poison vow gu's restriction. Without the poison Bao Gu's restriction, Bai Ningbing secretly contacted Tai Clan, and Tai Ruanan found out the truth. The one in front of her was Fang Yuan, and not Fang Zheng. At the same time, she also understood what happened on Qing Mao Mountain. To deal with Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruanan started a secret collaboration. We had once set up a trap, using iron cabinet goo and chi turn goo to set up the place, and a good show of self-detonation would happen there. But you did not come to rescue us. I could only bring my subordinates and rush to Sancha Mountain, and make my next move. Tai Ruanan said. Back then, Bai Ningbing was trapped by the 4 old-timers of Tai Clan for many days. On the surface, it was because Bai Ningbing killed a Tai Clan Gu master in the inheritance, so Tai Clan took revenge. But in truth, it was a plot against Fang Yuan. What happened next was that Fang Yuan fought 1 against 7, slaughtering the Tai Clan group, and finally, Tai Mu Bai appeared. Tai Ruanan received Tai Mu Bai's teachings, and while cultivating, she patiently waited for Bai Ningbing's news. This was also one of the reasons why even though she hated Fang Yuan, she did not take the initiative to search for him. But afterwards, Fang Yuan shocked the world with a single brilliant feat, and after entering the 3 kings' inheritance, he firmly controlled the entire situation. Tai Mu Bai's death made Bai Ningbing choose to remain silent, and hide even deeper. He used Fang Yuan's trust to command the dog group. With the land spirit's death, he could no longer look down on the battlefield, and the pressure on the battlefield rose again. But at the same time, without the land spirit's surveillance, Bai Ningbing felt relaxed. He was still worried, and probed Fang Yuan, purposely sending Yan Jun in. As he expected, Feng Tianyu was lured out, which proved that the land spirit was dead. Bai Ningbing was secretly happy, and once again sent Tai Ruanan and the 4 old-timers in. The reason why Tai Ruanan was the first to enter the hall was also because of this. Fang Yuan, I advise you to surrender obediently. Right now, our Tai clan enslavement master Tai Bai Chi is controlling the dog group, and everyone is helpless. Outside the hall, the 4 old-timers are using iron cabinet goo and chi turn goo to seal the space, and no one can sneak in. Only surrender, that is your only way out. Tai Ruanan walked over, holding the 2nd aperture goo as she announced his fate. Chapter 402. There are countless heroes in this world. After a moment of silence, Fang Yuan raised his head and heaved a long sigh. High-speed update, Bai Ningbing, what a Bai Ningbing, he, I underestimated you and fell into your hands. You won beautifully, your plan was also very precise. I was careless and focused on the immortal goo, allowing you to have your way, it was my mistake. You flatter me. I was able to scheme against you this time because of the right timing, location, and people. If I were you, refining the immortal goo while scheming against everyone, I would not have done as well as you. Bai Ningbing replied seriously, but at this point, the winner takes all, I advise you not to struggle pointlessly. He. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, you did not kill me because you wanted to obtain the immortal goo and know its effect, as well as the recipe of the immortal goo in my mind. Now that the land spirit was dead, the blessed land was about to collapse, there were loopholes everywhere, and without the suppression of the heavenly force, goo masters could freely use their goo worms. That was to say, with just a thought from Fang Yuan, all the goo worms would self-detonate. Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruanan and the rest could not stop him in time. Tai Ruanan, Tai Mu Bai and the rest died in my hands, you can only redeem yourself by taking this immortal goo back, otherwise, you will lose your young master position. Fang Yuan smiled sinisterly. Tai Ruanan was expressionless, replying calmly, that's right. Immortal goo are unique and extremely important, if I take it back, it will be a great merit, I can even receive the nurturing and rewards of the clan's goo immortals. And the recipe of the immortal goo refinement, only you know it. If I can offer it up, I will immediately become Tai clan's young clan leader. In the future, when I ascend to the clan leader position, I will follow Lord Tai Mubai's example and promote justice and justice. After all these matters, I have already thought it through. To uphold justice, I cannot do it without strong personal strength and influence. That is the only way. Only then can I repay Lord Tai Mubai's kindness in nurturing me, and let him rest in peace in the afterlife. At this point, Tai Ruanan thought of the Tai clansman who had died in Fang Yuan's hands, and her eyes turned red. There was hatred and anger, but also the excitement of revenge. She took a deep breath and stared at Fang Yuan. As for you, Guyue, Fang Yuan, I won't kill you. You were able to refine an immortal Gu with a mere mortal body. Such talent in Gu refinement is truly impressive. As long as you surrender, I'll send you into the Tai clan's demon subduing pagoda. In the future, you will repent and start anew. Once you leave the tower, serve the Tai clan and contribute to the righteous path. This is the best way to make up for your sins. Demon suppressing pagoda. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. You make it sound really nice. You want immortal Gu? Sure, let's make a deal. Fang Yuan explained the details of the deal. He quietly listened to the movements outside the hall. He was stalling for time. The current situation seemed hopeless, but there was still a chance of victory. Fang Yuan was exhausted because of the Gu refinement. He did not have enough primeval essence in his aperture, the rank 4 all-out effort Gu was not refined, and many beast phantoms were consumed during the refinement. He could not use brute force. Fang Yuan was not in his best condition. Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruanan came prepared, and there were also the 4 old-timers of Tai clan outside. There was also Tai Baiqi who controlled the dog group. Spring-autumn cicada was a good method to turn the situation around, but there was a huge risk of death. Unless he had no other choice, Fang Yuan did not want to use it. The true chance to turn the situation around lies with the experts outside the hall. Just the dog group and the 4 old-timers cannot block them all the time. As long as they attack, the situation will change. Fate was truly fickle. Not long ago, Fang Yuan was still using all sorts of methods to block the experts, but now, he could not wait for the experts to charge into the hall. Damn Tai clan, you are the mastermind. The old patriarch of the Tai clan, Tai Mubai, personally came. What attracted him here? We should have thought of it. Even if Tai clan is a super clan, don't think of monopolizing it. Everyone has a share of the immortal treasure. On the intense battlefield, everyone was in a frenzy. Looking at the direction of the bronze hall, many Gu masters were spewing fire from anger. A purple light barrier covered the whole bronze hall. Tai clan's 4 old-timers each occupied 4 directions, guarding it tightly. Meanwhile, Tai Baiqi was standing at the entrance of the hall, commanding the dog group from above. He was an old man with a head full of white hair, and a third eye on his forehead, shining brightly. He was a rank 5 enslavement path Gu master, an elder of Tai clan, and was once Tai Mubai's capable subordinate. After receiving Tai Mubai's summon, he broke out of his closed-door cultivation and came to Sancha Mountain. Right now, Tai Baiqi was smiling as he looked at the battlefield. Under his command, the dog group's battle strength was several times higher than before. Tai Baiqi did not care about his losses, and blocked all the experts. This old fool is really troublesome. Mo Wu Tian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he breathed roughly. In front of him, Dog Emperor Ba Huang was already bathed in blood, and was in a worse state than Mo Wu Tian. But soon, the healing Gu on its body activated, and under the milky white light, Ba Huang's injuries recovered rapidly. Mo Wu Tian was about to follow up with another attack, when a large group of green Hua dogs charged from the side. This again. Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to kill these reinforcements first. Using this chance, Ba Huang regained its breath, and its injuries recovered greatly, becoming fierce again. Compared to the situation whereby Ning Bing could not take care of the dog emperor, Tai Baichi was more at ease. He controlled the entire battlefield, controlling the situation, fully displaying the strong side of the enslavement path. On the other side, Xiao Mang was also heavily taken care of by Tai Baichi. This won't do, the immortal treasure is going to be taken by Tai clan. Xiao Mang was anxious and hateful, but Dog Emperor Ba Ming was blocking in front of him, preventing him from entering the hall. Bastard, you forced me! Xiao Mang roared in anger, flying into the sky. A huge hole had already appeared in the sky, tens of mu in size. Outside the hole was the sky of the outside world, clouds were lingering, and the sky was clear. Xiao Mang flew out of the hole, raising his hands. Rank 4, gather light goo. Large amounts of sunlight gathered in his palms. The light gathered into a huge ball, and compared to it, Xiao Mang was like an ant carrying a rice bowl. Rank 5, extreme light goo. The glory of the immemorial era gathered into the ball of light. Immediately, a qualitative change occurred, and the whole ball of light was dyed with the glory of the immemorial era. Rank 5, river under the sun goo. The ball of light exploded, turning into water of light, each drop was like a fragment of the sun, extremely dazzling. Killer move, torrential light river. The river of light surged, waves surging, pouring into the blessed land from the hole. The light was resplendent, and the waves were like raging waves. The hill was illuminated in white, and countless people squinted their eyes, resisting this intense light. Not good. Tai Baichi tried to block it, but the river of light had already formed, and was majestic. It could only weaken a portion. The majestic river of light was like a waterfall, crashing heavily on the purple light barrier. The light barrier only lasted for a moment before shattering. The 4 old-timers of Tai clan who were supporting the light barrier spurted out blood, and were extremely exhausted. The river of light broke through the light barrier, but was weakened by more than half. But it did not stop, crashing on the bronze hall. A huge hole was immediately created in the hall, and the waterfall of light poured down, facing Fang, Bai and Tai. Facing Bai Ning Bing, Tai Ruanan's pupils shrunk. She subconsciously tried to dodge. Fang Yuan, who had been waiting for a good opportunity, quickly reacted, and activated his primeval essence. Warp goo. He activated this rank 5 movement goo. This goo was his spoils of war from killing killer ghost Dr. Chojio. Swoosh. Fang Yuan disappeared on the spot with the immortal goo. The river of light crashed on the floor. A huge pit was formed, with a diameter of 10 meters. Tai and Baichi dodged in time, and stood at the edge of the pit, looking very calm. He escaped after all, he. It seems he used warp goo. I think this goo came from Killer Ghost Doctor. Tai Ruanan analyzed calmly. Are we letting him escape like this? Bai Ning Bing looked at Tai Ruanan. Did you forget the fixed star goo? Don't worry, even if he escapes to the ends of the world, Tai clan's 4 old-timers can capture him. Let him go out now, and expend some of his primeval essence and energy. That will save us the trouble of having to fight. Tai Ruanan smiled, her tone had the demeanor of a great general. After going through so many hardships, she had truly matured a lot. Guh. An intense pain assaulted him, and Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling dizzy. A feeling of disgust almost made him fall down on the spot, as if his organs were in chaos. Warp goo was a space path goo, it could tear through space and move the goo master's body. It had a strong effect, but it also had a strong side effect. Goo masters who frequently used warp goo would have their muscles tangled, blood would flow in reverse, and bones would be dislocated. In terms of appearance, the goo master would become uglier and uglier, and no matter how proper their appearance was, they would become crooked. To use warp goo, one would need to use other goo worms to modify their body. But at this moment, Fang Yuan could not care so much. Second aperture goo, I'll leave it to you for now. I will return this debt to you 100-fold. Fang Yuan quickly assessed his surroundings, and found that he had been teleported outside the hall, but was still close to the bronze hall. Large numbers of dog beasts pounced at him, and he decisively chose to retreat. Although second aperture Gu was taken by Tai Ruanan, the control was still in Fang Yuan's hands. He had refined second aperture Gu single-handedly, and now with just a thought, this immortal Gu would self-detonate. However, Fang Yuan would not do such a foolish thing unless he had no other choice. This battle has just begun. By Ning Bing, Tai Ruanan, just you wait. He he he. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. To use second aperture Gu, immortal essence was needed, or a vast amount of Yuan stones could be used instead. As for Fang Yuan, he was even more unable to store this immortal Gu in his aperture. Spring-autumn cicada's pressure was already huge. If he stored another immortal Gu, Fang Yuan's aperture would explode. If the immortal Gu was not stored in the aperture, its aura would leak out and be sensed by everyone. If Fang Yuan snatched the immortal Gu and ran out, he would immediately become everyone's target, facing the encirclement of 2 rank 5s, over 10 rank 4s, and countless rank 3 and rank 2 Gu masters. Tai Ruanan obtained the immortal Gu, she will definitely become everyone's main target. Hee hee, I'll let you fight while I watch from the sidelines and become the fisherman who benefits in the end. Fang Yuan decided to retreat and recover his battle strength before finding a chance to strike. However, things did not go according to his wishes. Many sharp-eyed Gu masters discovered Fang Yuan's movements and shouted. Who is it? It's Little Beast King, he seems to have come out from the bronze hall. Quick, 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 stop him. He must have obtained a portion of the immortal treasure. The voices attracted even more people's attention. The Gu masters near Fang Yuan immediately turned around and attacked Fang Yuan. But the first to attack was a small group of heavy Tai dogs. Chapter 403. Damn it! Fang Yuan cursed, waving his hand and sending out a golden dragon. Unspecified currency website, unspecified currency. The golden dragon whizzed past, crushing these heavy Tai hounds into meat paste and opening a path. Little Beast King, where are you going? Hand over the immortal treasure. Yi Chong arrived in front of Fang Yuan, waves surging towards him. Bone Wings Gu. Fang Yuan flapped his wings, dodging the waves and flying towards the sky. Little Beast King, you should stay. Yi Huo waved his hand, the firebird flew towards Fang Yuan. Golden Aurora Gu. Fang Yuan's body was covered in a layer of golden light, his speed rose rapidly and after getting rid of the firebird, he retreated. This huge commotion attracted Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Mang's attention. Xiao Mang sent out a giant hand of light, the size of an elephant, flying rapidly and grabbing at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan turned around and dodged. But at this time, he heard a gentle voice calling out to him. This voice was like the whisper of a lover, or the longing call of a loved one. Those who did not know could not help but be captivated and distracted. Mo Wu Tian's tender emotion Gu. Fang Yuan was shocked and quickly struggled free, but his movement was still sluggish as the giant hand of light grabbed at him again. Oh no! It was too late to dodge now. Fang Yuan could only use his Gu worm to attack instead of defend. Bam! With a loud sound, the giant hand of light was destroyed, while Fang Yuan fell towards the ground like a broken kite, leaving a trail of blood behind him. The sound of wind whistling in his ears woke up the unconscious Fang Yuan. Realizing he was falling, he quickly activated his Gu worm and shouted, Tai Ruanan obtained the peerless immortal Gu and is refining it. Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Mang's attention was immediately diverted. Immortal Gu. The crowd was in an uproar, falling into an incomparable frenzy. Tai Baiqi's pressure rose sharply. Fang Yuan obtained a breather and immediately activated Wu Gui's movement Gu. Large patches of dark clouds rose, he hid in the dark clouds and continued to retreat. But at this moment, Suddenly, 4 chains extended from the void. They were as nimble as snakes and as fast as lightning, binding Fang Yuan's limbs. Then, the chains quickly wrapped around him tightly. It spread rapidly, binding Fang Yuan and dragging him into the void. In the next moment, Fang Yuan reappeared in the bronze hall. The 4 elders of the Tai family occupied the 4 cardinal directions, surrounding him. They squatted on the ground. He straightened his right palm and held his right wrist with his left hand, activating the goo worm together. A long black iron chain extended from each of their palms. Tai clan's 4 elders killer move, limitless search and lock. At the same time, Central Continent, Heaven Ladder Mountain. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain. The fight for the ownership of Hu Immortal Blessed Land had reached its final stage. Fang Zheng, you can do it. Victory is just around the corner. Master Tenchu's voice rang out. It echoed in Fang Zheng's heart. Compared to before, his voice was filled with extreme fatigue and weakness. Yes, only one opponent is left. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, his whole body was covered in sweat. His body was on the verge of collapsing, but he showed a resolute will. Me. The great Shao Qixing was actually surpassed by an unknown nobody. Shao Qixing's eyes were wide open as he watched Fang Zheng climb and surpass him. Sigh, to think the final outcome would be like this. Ying Xingji heaved a long sigh and suddenly let go, falling down from the mountain. He was the furthest from the peak, and after seeing Fang Zheng's performance, he knew he had no chance of winning, so he directly admitted defeat. Hu Immortal Land's spirit naturally would not sit and watch him fall to his death. She lightly snapped her fingers and teleported Ying Xingji to the outside world. Climb, continue to climb. Fang Zheng's hands and feet were already torn, dripping with blood. The closer he got to the peak, the more intense the tremors his soul received. Fang Zheng could not think of anything else, only the scene of the peak was left in his eyes. He had already squeezed out all his potential, he was extremely exhausted. This was exertion that surpassed the limits of his body. This kid. Feng Kim Hong could not help but be moved. Fang Zheng was clearly exhausted, but there seemed to be an endless strength supporting him. Peak, peak. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, there was only this one thought in his heart. He climbed up step by step, gradually surpassing Feng Kim Hong, officially taking the lead. Right now, he was only 10 feet away from the peak. Even the adorable Hu Immortal Land spirit stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down fixedly at the birth of its new master. Outside the blessed land, the Gu immortals who had been paying attention had already started to sigh. Congratulations, He Feng Yang, your crane gate won slightly this time. If only I still had that rank 6 exquisite small shift goo, or star shuttle goo, fixed immortal travel goo, or self-movement goo, the result of this battle would have been different. The goo immortals had different attitudes, some congratulated calmly, some felt regret. I was lucky. He Feng Yang spoke modestly, but his voice could not conceal his joy. But right at this time, a Gu immortal sneered, He Feng Yang, I will have to disappoint you. This Hu immortal inheritance is destined to belong to my spirit affinity house. The moment he said that, a change occurred in the blessed land. Feng Kim Hong gave a delicate shout, a pair of dazzling wings grew from her shoulders. This pair of wings was extremely gorgeous and gorgeous. All kinds of radiance continuously flowed about, dazzling and resplendent. With a light flap, the golden phoenix radiance slowly rose up. What? This is, the legendary immortal Gu, Dream Wings. Dream Wings was a very special immortal Gu, it did not exist in the real world, it could only be found in dreams. What activated it was not immortal essence, but the Gu master's spirit and soul. Feng Kim Hong only had a mortal body, forcefully activating Dream Wings now would cause severe damage to her soul, at best she would lose her memories, at worst she would become demented. But the prideful her had never failed since she was born. She could not allow Fang Zheng to become the sole victor in front of her. Even if I have to pay the heaviest price, I must obtain victory. Under Fang Zheng's shocked gaze, not far away, Feng Kim Hong slowly flew up, easily surpassing him and regaining her lead. Dream wings suddenly retracted. Feng Jin Huang climbed on the edge of the cliff, panting heavily. The dizziness that came from her soul was so strong that she almost fainted. She had reached her limit. Forcefully activating an immortal goo, it was not easy for Feng Kim Hong to reach this step. I actually lost. Fang Zheng stared with wide eyes, he was in a daze. Right now, Feng Kim Hong was so close to the peak. In fact, her hands were already at the edge of the cliff, she was only a small step away. I want to win. At this moment, Feng Kim Hong used all her strength to raise her head, exerting her final bit of strength. Her eyes. They were bright like amber. Her face was peerlessly beautiful. Her snow-white and slender neck, under the pink light of the blessed land, had a jade-like halo. She was like a young phoenix, spreading its beautiful wings for the first time in the world. Splendid and glorious. At once, even the Gu immortals were dazed. She bit her lips, placing her arms on the edge of the cliff with difficulty. Then, she used all her remaining strength to drag her heavy body up. Finally, she almost rolled up the mountain peak. She succeeded. The sole victor of this battle, the new owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Southern border, Sancha Mountain, Bronze Hall. Fang Yuan's hands were tied by chains. He. Fang Yuan, we meet again. Tai Ruanan stood in front of Fang Yuan, laughing heartily. Bai Ningbing sighed, it is useless, Fang Yuan. I have already secretly planted a fixed star Gu in your left arm. With this Gu's location, limitless search and lock can break through space and capture you. There is no use even if you escape to the ends of the world. You have already lost this round, accept your fate. What? Fang Yuan looked down, only to see a Gu in his left arm. This Gu was an immemorial star fragment, it was like a diamond with 8 corners, sparkling and translucent. Right now, it was shining with starlight, shining on Fang Yuan's left arm, turning it into a translucent eerie blue color. Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan shouted furiously, he struggled crazily, causing the chains to collide and clatter. In his previous life, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers had used this killer move to capture Kong Ri Tian. To think that in this life, this move would be used on Fang Yuan. Earlier, when Bai Ningbing was trapped by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, Fang Yuan did not go to help because he was wary of this limitless search and lock. Once Fang Yuan was located by limitless search and lock, no matter where he escaped to, the chains would stretch out from the void to capture him. But without fixed star Gu, limitless search and lock would be like a headless fly, nothing to worry about. This fixed star Gu was personally given to me by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, and I have trained it for a long time. Do you know when I planted it in you? He, it was when you instilled yellow gold primeval essence into me and washed my aperture, right? No one knows, right? Bai Ningbing's eyes were filled with a cold smile. This move was like taking drastic measures, completely shattering Fang Yuan's hopes of counterattacking. Fixed star Gu, good, Bai Ningbing, you are the best. Fang Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing, gritting his teeth. Tai Ruanan slowly persuaded, Fang Yuan, you have been hit by limitless search and lock. Right now, the Gu worms in your body have been sealed, you cannot even use a trace of primeval essence. You have no hope left. Of course, you can still use your thoughts to make your Gu worms self-detonate. But I advise you not to make such a choice. You are a smart person, you should know which choice is beneficial to you, right? Fang Yuan lowered his head, becoming silent. Earlier, he had activated his goo worms, but limitless search and lock was not an undeserved reputation, it was a killer move that combined space path and restriction path. Even the rank 5 teleportation goo was sealed and could not be used. Everything is over, Fang Yuan. Demon Suppression Tower will be your final resting place, you can spend the rest of your life there. Bai Ningbing sighed, seeing that his great enemy was finally captured, he had a complex feeling, like joy and sorrow. Chapter 404. Fang Yuan slowly raised his head and looked at the sky through the hole in the bronze palace. A huge hole had formed in the sky of the blessed land, connecting to the outside world. From Fang Yuan's angle, he could see the southern border's sun. The sun was setting. It was almost dusk. 4:45 in the afternoon, at this hour, Feng Kim Hong should have just inherited Hu Immortal Blessed Land, right? Fang Yuan thought. In his previous life, he teamed up with demonic path Gu immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land and occupy Dang Hun Mountain. In the end, he paid a huge price to kill Feng Kim Hong and narrowly escaped death. After Feng Kim Huang's death, the Righteous Path mourned and wrote a biography of Feng Kim Hong. According to the biography, Feng Kim Hong had 3 fortuitous encounters in his life. His first fortuitous encounter was when he was 3 years old, he obtained the immortal Gu dream wings in his sleep. The second opportunity was the Hu Immortal Legacy. He had successfully reached the summit at 5:15 in the afternoon. Feng Kim Hong has the immortal Gu dream wings, Hu Immortal inheritance is definitely hers. If he didn't fall too far behind her, he would need to have a second aperture. What a pity, in the end, you failed on the verge of success. He sighed in his heart, but his unfocused gaze gradually focused again. He still had a chance to turn the tables. He had not completely lost yet. Because he still had the Spring-Autumn Cicada. Limitless Search Lock could seal rank 5 Gu, but it could not seal rank 6 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan raised his eyes and took one last look at Bai Ningbing and the rest. There was nothing much to say. This time, if he succeeded, there was still hope. If he failed, then there was no point in talking about it. Why is he so calm? Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruanan and the rest felt that something was amiss. Bang! Fang Yuan blew himself up. In an instant, the spring and autumn cicada shone with green and orange light, and a mysterious aura spread out. All of Fang Yuan's Gu worms, all of his primeval essence, all of his flesh and soul. They all self-destructed. Every time he used the spring and autumn cicada, it was a huge gamble. Fang Yuan was in a desperate situation, and he was determined to bet everything he had. Everything from the explosion was poured into the spring-autumn cicada. The spring-autumn cicada turned into a speck of light, carrying the last bit of Fang Yuan's will, shattering the void and arriving at the most famous forbidden land of this world, the River of Time. The Gu Master World was surrounded by 5 regions: Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert, Eastern Sea, and Central Continent. Another River of Time ran through the past, present, and future. It was you. Space and time are the foundation of the world. Hua hua hua, the waters of the River of Time surged, the tides rose and fell, the waves surging. Every single drop of the water of time was pale white, but there were billions of droplets of it. Every single time they collided, tangled, and spun, they would erupt with the most dazzling and resplendent flowing lights. In this desolate and colorful river, the spring and autumn cicada was like a wandering child that had returned home. It flapped its wings and carried Fang Yuan's consciousness against the current. For Fang Yuan, this was the 3rd time he had used the spring and autumn cicada. The first time he entered the River of Time, he had no experience at all. The second time, he had no choice but to self-destruct. The time was too short. This time, he was mentally prepared, he finally experienced the feeling of going against the current. This feeling was so mystical and wonderful. Countless lights and shadows. It was like a movie being played in reverse, appearing in his consciousness. It was like a breath of time. Or like it had roamed for countless years. The dangerous huge waves crashed over again and again. The spring and autumn cicada soon lost its vitality, the energy from its self-destruction was used up. It struggled for a while, before diving into one of the water droplets and vanishing. Fang Yuan blinked, the scene in front of him had already changed. Wait, everything can be discussed. I can promise you, I will tell you the correct path, but you have to guarantee my safety. I have a poison vow gu on me. A familiar begging voice could be heard. Fang Yuan followed the voice and looked down, seeing Wang Xiao who was below his feet. He stared blankly for a moment, and then his heart thumped wildly. His expression changed, revealing an unconcealable ecstasy. Ha ha ha, I succeeded again, I won the bet, I have been reborn again. Fang Yuan raised his arms and shouted, laughing towards the sky. Wang Xiao, Fang Yuan's sudden performance made him shocked and suspicious. What rebirth? What succeeded again? Could it be that this fellow was mentally unstable? But come to think of it, there are many crazy demonic gu masters. Damn it, I actually met such a lunatic. Wang Xiao, who was being stepped on by Fang Yuan on the ground, thought of this as he begged even louder. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan's laughter did not stop. This feeling of escaping from a hopeless situation and starting all over again was too amazing, too wonderful. He first checked his aperture. In the center of the aperture, the vital gu, spring and autumn cicada, was weakened again. Its originally glossy and shiny appearance was now like a withered autumn leaf. Fang Yuan willed, and spring and autumn cicada gradually concealed itself, falling into a deep slumber, once again absorbing the power of time to recover. This way, the internal threat of spring and autumn cicada is temporarily resolved. Fang Yuan's laughter became louder, his eyes shining with brilliance. He assessed his surroundings again. This was clearly still in the blessed land. Wang Xiao was being stepped on, and there was a corpse beside him. It was Yun Clan's young clan leader, Yun Luo Tian. He was killed by Bai Ningbing, and his corpse was transported here by the land's spirit by expending immortal essence. Thinking of Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan's laughter suddenly stopped, unable to continue. It was this guy who plotted for a long time and suddenly betrayed him, causing him to fail on the verge of success even though he successfully refined second aperture gu, falling into a desperate situation. If not for spring and autumn cicada, if not for his good luck this time, Fang Yuan would have been completely screwed. Be it death or being imprisoned in the demon suppression tower, there would be no chance to turn things around. The demonic path was like this, it was like walking on a tightrope on a cliff, one careless move and the whole game would be lost. Falling to the bottom of the mountain valley, there was no way to turn things around. I was too careless, thinking of Feng Kim Hong and refining the immortal gu, but neglected the true demon hiding beside me. This Bai Ningbing's acting was too realistic, plotting for many years, purposely acting to numb me before suddenly erupting. Ha, I am only a mortal after all, I am not an invincible god. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's mouth was filled with bitterness. Fang Yuan was improving. He was growing boldly and vigorously, and so was Bai Ningbing. This was the cruelty of reality, and also the beauty of fate. In this world, everyone was a main character, and everyone was also a supporting character. Everyone has their own advantages. Bai Ningbing has the northern dark ice soul physique, Tai Ruanan has the backing of Tai clan, Feng Kim Hong found an immortal gu in his dream at 3 years old, while I struggled everywhere. After cultivating for hundreds of years, I refined spring and autumn cicada. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan suddenly became excited, he smiled brightly and recited, looking at the myriad mountains red. Layers of forests dyed red, a clear river, 100 barges vying for the current. Eagles soar in the sky, fishes swim in the shallow waters, all living creatures vie for freedom in the cold sky. Vast and sorrowful, I ask the boundless earth, who will rise and fall? If heaven had feelings, it would also grow old. The great Tao is merciless and fair. Every existence has a chance to ascend, it depends on how one grasps it, how one fights for it. In this world, no one is born to be a supporting character. No one. They will be eternal main characters. All living beings compete, survival of the fittest. Precisely because of the competition between the heroes of the world, the clash of strength, the contest of trump cards. That is why history is so profound and exciting, and why the world is so rich and wonderful. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's chest relaxed, the bitterness, hatred, fear, joy, all turned into smoke and dispersed. His heart was clear, the determination of a demon caused his eyes to shine brightly. He started to think calmly. So I have been reborn to this point. According to the development of my previous life, I interrogated Wang Shao about the correct path to Wu Mountain, but he did not tell me even in death. I had no choice but to kill him, and use beast strength placenta goo to devour his and Yun Luo Tian's aperture. Fang Yuan was silent, his expression was solemn as he recalled what was going to happen next. After that, I spent a lot of effort and said spring-autumn cicada to convince the land spirit. I also killed killer ghost Dr. Choujio, Wu Shintong, and Zhang Sansan. And from Zhang Sansan's body, I unexpectedly obtained a slavery goo. Just as I was about to continue killing, something unexpected happened, and I had to save the situation. I killed Long Qing Tian, but because of the jade sky goo poison, I did not gain anything. After that, I refined goo, defended the hall, and by Ning Bing betrayed me. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning, recalling his previous life at lightning speed. His eyes squinted into a slit, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. The situation is critical. Standing at the height of rebirth, he could see the situation clearly. His negligence in his previous life became his vigilance in this life. Firstly, Bai Ning Bing already knew the general situation of the immortal goo refinement. She was secretly conspiring with Tai Ruanan, and Tai clan was already prepared. Maybe that Tai Baiqi was already hiding in Sancha Mountain, waiting to appear at the crucial moment. The enemy is in the dark while I am out in the open, this is not good. Secondly, during the last few days of the goo refinement, Xiao Mang would arrive. There was also the unexpected Mo Wu Tian, who had reached rank 5 cultivation, and would also participate. In his previous life, Fang Yuan killed several demons, causing the demonic path to be without a leader. Once Mo Wu Tian arrived, with his rank 5 cultivation, he easily gathered the strength of the demonic path goo masters. It could be said that because of him, the speed at which the experts besieged the hall was greatly increased. The enemy was strong while he was weak, the situation was even worse. Finally, there was the most serious point. Fang Yuan raised his left arm. In his previous life, he was kept in the dark, but in this life, he already knew. Bai Ning Bing had secretly planted the fixed star goo in him, in his left forearm. Once the 4 old-timers of Tai clan activated limitless search lock, he would have nowhere to hide. Even if he escaped to the ends of the world, he would be captured by the void chains. Now that I think about it, the reason why Tai clan did not act earlier was because I killed Tai Mu Bai. The situation had changed beyond their expectations. Secondly, they wanted to be the fishermen who reaped the benefits, coveting the fruits of victory. The 3 points showed their cautiousness. Although limitless search lock could seal rank 5 goo worms, it also had methods to restrain it. What if they captured me, but did not find the yang goo? Thus, they kept this as their final trump card. Fixed star goo was silently planted. Fang Yuan was like a turtle trapped in a jar, he could not escape no matter what. It was as good as being thrown into prison. Chapter 405. fixed star gu is like a noose around my neck. Although I have methods to get rid of it, I need a lot of time to prepare. To get rid of fixed star gu, Bai Ningbing would have to retrieve it personally. Or, I can chop off my left forearm. Fang Yuan had a strong impulse. Fixed star gu was hidden in Fang Yuan's left forearm. If Fang Yuan gave up on his left arm, the 4 old-timers of Tai clan would only be able to grab Fang Yuan's severed limb. But this way, Fang Yuan would lose his left arm. In the future, he would have to heal it and regrow it, creating something out of nothing. It would take a lot of effort. Not to mention the trouble in healing it. Once he cut off his left arm, it would be like alerting the enemy. Tai clan and Bai Ningbing would immediately understand that Fang Yuan had sensed something and would most likely attack. This way, Tai clan and Bai Ningbing would be added to the battle formation. To Fang Yuan, this situation was no doubt worse than his previous life. I cannot alert the enemy. I was lucky to be reborn. Compared to my previous life, my only advantage is that I know the development of the situation. If I beat them at their own game, I can use Tai clan and Bai Ningbing for the time being. Once I cut off my arm, not only would Tai Bai and the rest be pushed to the opposite side, the situation would also change and deviate from my previous life's development. My advantage of rebirth would be lost. But if he did not cut off his arm, how could he get out of this desperate situation and launch a counterattack? Fang Yuan thought carefully. All sorts of people, events, and factors flashed through his mind. Wang Xiao, Chou Jiu, Wu Shentong, Zhang San San, Long Qing Tian, Xiao Meng, Tai Ruanan, Bai Ningbing, Mo Wu Tian, Yan Jun, Feng Tianyu, Enslavement Gu, Jade Sky Gu Poison, Land Spirit, Bronze Hall, Immortal Essence, Fixed Star Gu, Second Aperture Gu, Undefeated 100 Battles Gu. Countless choices would give rise to countless possibilities. Countless possibilities would influence each other. Fang Yuan's mind moved rapidly. All sorts of inspiration collided like flint in the darkness. What could he do to protect himself and also protect the greatest benefits? He racked his brains. In just a short period of time, his ears were buzzing. Wait! Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body shook. Perhaps, if I take a step back, I'll be able to see the world. Should I be more farsighted? An unimaginable thought formed in his mind. No, the risk is even greater if I do that. He shook his head and muttered to himself as he rejected this idea. But this idea. However, it was like an old tree that had taken root and could not be shaken off. If I succeed in doing this, then my gains will be even greater. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. But in the next moment, he subconsciously shook his head. If there is a slight mistake in the calculation of this method, it will be useless. I will be consigned to eternal damnation, worse than falling into Tai Ruanan's hands. After all, the spring and autumn cicada has already been used once, and there is no possibility of it being reused in a short period of time. As he thought about it, Fang Yuan's gaze gradually deepened. Suddenly, he chuckled and said, "Since when have I, a great demon overlord of my generation, been so timid and overcautious? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, one should be brave enough to take action. As long as there were monstrous benefits, you should disregard your own safety. Riches are sought in danger, what stable victory, slowly accumulating. I want to reach heaven in one step. That's right, this is the plan. If I fail, I will die without a burial ground. If I succeed, I will be like a dragon rising to heaven. It will be even more beneficial to my future plans. He, ha ha ha, life is a blur. It is just a huge gamble. Little Beast King, don't be rash. Let's talk about it." If you want the path to Wu Mountain, we can talk about it slowly. Wang Xiao, who was at his feet, begged for mercy. Fang Yuan laughed wildly at times, kept silent at times, frowned at times, and laughed heartily at times, scaring Wang Xiao, the Lord of Wu Mountain, a great rank 5 Gu master, a formidable demon. In his heart, he had already thought of Fang Yuan as a lunatic, a mentally unstable person. The demonic path was extreme, without the support of a clan, cultivation was extremely difficult, and they often struggled on the line between life and death, giving them great mental pressure. Thus, it was not uncommon to have a mental disorder among demonic Gu masters. Especially when Fang Yuan talked to himself at times, and even recited poems at times, it deepened Wang Zhao's worry. Against normal people, Wang Zhao had many methods. But against a lunatic, even Gu immortals had no confidence. Oh. You intend to tell me the path to Wu Mountain? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, looking down at Wang Zhao. Of course, but you have to let me live. Wang Zhao saw that Fang Yuan finally had a reaction, and immediately shouted anxiously. Humph. Fang Yuan's gaze turned sharp, he stomped on the ground, and with a crack, Wang Zhao's head was smashed into pieces. Wang Zhao was a formidable person, sinister and ruthless, cold and emotionless. If he wanted to tell him the path to Wu Mountain, he would have to use Zhang Sansan's rank 5 slavery Gu. But in Fang Yuan's new plan, Wang Zhao had already been abandoned, there was no need to talk to him, he could just kill him. The pitiful Wang Zhao, the great lord of Wu Mountain, died in Fang Yuan's hands again. After killing Wang Zhao, Fang Yuan took his Gu worm, and used beast strength placenta Gu to devour his and Yun Luo Tian's apertures. This way, beast strength placenta Gu's aptitude is already at 83%. In terms of immortal essence, the expenditure increased by a bit, reaching more than 2 portions. Ba Gui, are you trying to persuade me to stop? Fang Yuan asked. Land spirit, How do you know what I am thinking? Of course I know. Fang Yuan snorted, and released spring-autumn cicada's aura. Ba Gui, sense it, what is this? Land spirit was shocked again. This is the aura of a rank 6 immortal Gu. It seems to be spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada is the 7th mystical Gu in the world. You are just a mortal, how can you have such an immortal Gu? In his previous life, Fang Yuan argued with the land spirit for a long time, and finally found that the land spirit could not be persuaded, he could only take a gamble and reveal his trump card, finally convincing the land spirit. Now, Fang Yuan immediately revealed spring-autumn cicada's aura, going straight to the point. Ba Gui, I will not hide it from you, I am a future Gu immortal, I have been reborn through spring-autumn cicada. What? Land spirit was speechless, this news was too shocking, it could not accept it for the time being. Fang Yuan had an arrogant expression, I have returned to the past, I know everything. Ba Gui, I am your future master, I succeeded in refining second aperture Gu in my previous life. Fang Yuan spoke frankly with assurance. In his previous life, he could already convince the land spirit. And now, he had the foresight and the practical experience of refining the second aperture Gu as proof, the land spirit was quickly convinced again. Young man, are you really my future master? From your words, it seems like you have really refined second aperture Gu. Whether you are lying to me or not, I am very happy. Because this means that the success rate of second aperture Gu has increased by 30%. Land spirit said joyfully. Enough nonsense, Ba Gui. I have been reborn. I know the situation now is full of danger. First, I want to kill someone. After a while, Long Qing Tian died in Fang Yuan's hands. In his previous life, it was this Long Qing Tian who found a weak area. Using Jade Sky Gu, he poisoned heaven and earth, forming a hole and causing great damage to the blessed land, at the same time causing great disturbance to Fang Yuan. Now, once Fang Yuan was reborn, he immediately made his move. Before Long Qing Tian entered that weak area, he used the power of heaven and earth to suppress him, killing him effortlessly. Young man, I believe you more and more now. You killed a danger while it was still in its infancy. Sai, the 3 kings modified the blessed land. My control over this domain is not high, but you could actually detect this danger in advance, and also have the spring-autumn cicada. You really came from the future. Land Spirit sighed. Fang Yuan sighed. Land Spirit was already old and weak, like an old man with one foot in the grave. It could not compare to the young Land Spirit. For example, the fixed star gu in his left forearm, it did not sense it at all. Fang Yuan did not waste time talking to the Land Spirit. He quickly took Long Qing Tian's gu worm and devoured his aperture. In his previous life, because of the Jade Sky gu, Fang Yuan killed Long Qing Tian, but could not take his spoils of war. Now that he killed him in advance, Long Qing Tian could not use the Jade Sky gu, thus Fang Yuan had no qualms. After plundering Long Qing Tian, Fang Yuan had a lot of gains. Other than the aperture, his biggest loot was the Jade Sky gu. This gu was like a dark green bamboo trunk, palm-sized and hollow in the middle. It felt smooth like jade. Rank 5 Jade Sky gu, it originated from the immemorial era, and was extremely rare now. Its poison was extremely strong, there was no way to counter it. If one was careless, they would die from the poison, turning into green light and dissipating. This gu had great use. Fang Yuan stored it carefully. Ba Gue, quickly transport me here. At the next moment, Fang Yuan appeared in front of the demonic gu master, the beast tamer master Zhang San San. Before Zhang San San could react, he was attacked by Fang Yuan and died a violent death. Fang Yuan killed people and snatched gu. It was a walk in the park. He also devoured the aperture, raising the beast placenta gu's aptitude. Zhang San San was only a rank 4 gu master, but he had a rank 5 slavery gu. Fang Yuan's greatest motive for killing him was this gu. With another flash, Fang Yuan appeared in front of killer ghost Dr. Choujiu. Little Beast King. How did you? Choujiu saw Fang Yuan and was shocked, his expression extremely shaken. Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he flew out the rank 5 slavery gu. The slavery gu exploded into a ball of yellow light, landing on Choujiu's body. Choujiu was shocked. Damn. Rank 5 slavery gu. You can kill me but not humiliate me. You are dreaming if you want to enslave me. He did not know that in his previous life, he was still begging Fang Yuan to use the slavery gu. With the land spirit's suppression, Choujiu could not activate the gu and could only let the slavery gu be planted. But it was not so easy to control a rank 5 gu master, it was a contest of souls. Choujiu resisted with all his might, but Fang Yuan's soul shook. They were in a deadlock, like a contest of strength. Choujiu laughed coldly, his forehead full of sweat. Little Beast King, you are too naive. To an enslavement path gu master, the deeper the soul foundation, the better. Controlling wild beasts is not easy, not to mention controlling a human. Man is the spirit of all living beings. You want to cross ranks to control me, you are dreaming, hee. Ah. Choujiu suddenly let out a miserable scream, his complacent laughter was interrupted by Fang Yuan's slap. With this disturbance, he was distracted from the contest of souls, and the yellow light gradually fused into his body. As long as he fused completely, Choujiu would become Fang Yuan's most loyal slave. You scammer. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, Choujiu said this, we made a poison vow in front of the blessed land sea, to protect each other and never leave each other, but who could have thought that senior sister had a change of heart, going against the poison vow we made, injuring me and defecting with that scoundrel. What poison vow? It was clearly the poison vow gu. This Choujiu's words avoided the important points and focused on the trivial ones. He did not elaborate on some parts and whitewashed himself. If he had said the poison vow gu, Fang Yuan thought to himself, I might have been alerted that there was someone in Shang Clan City who could get rid of the poison vow gu's restriction, and thus be on guard against Bai Ningbing. But I should have thought of it. Cho Jiu talked about Shang Yanfei's appearance, saying the latter was only slightly better looking than him. How could he say such shameless words so naturally? No wonder he would omit the gu word from the poison vow gu. Fang Yuan looked at Cho Jiu in disdain. Talking about love, he actually used the poison vow gu to restrict the other party. It could be seen that Cho Jiu's heart was filled with darkness and inferiority. It was not strange for such a person to speak hypocritically. Fang Yuan had always been suspicious about how Bai Ningbing got rid of the poison vow. Even in his previous life, Bai Ningbing did not give him an answer. Now that Fang Yuan knew, it was this Dr. Su Shou who helped Bai Ningbing get rid of the poison vow. Alright, let bygones be bygones. Cho Jiu, go to King Xian inheritance and bring me the undefeated 100 battles gu. Fang Yuan calmed his emotions and instructed. I will do my best. Cho Jiu respectfully replied. Cho Jiu was a healing gu master, not a refinement path master like Feng Tianyu. It was impossible for him to help Fang Yuan refine the second aperture gu, but it was easy for him to take the undefeated 100 battles gu. This was because the blessed land was declining, and not long after, gu worms could be moved at will. Cho Jiu only needed to charge and attack to obtain the second aperture gu. At this point, Fang Yuan's massacre came to an end. He returned to the hall and continued refining gu. Compared to his previous life, he had saved a lot of time since rebirth. Without the pressure from the spring-autumn cicada, he was much more relaxed. Originally, he only slept for an hour every day, refining gu crazily and squeezing out his potential. Now, he could sleep for at least 6 hours every day, methodically. As the days passed, the blessed land became weaker and weaker. But his immortal essence consumption was not as severe as in his previous life. With his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan did not take many detours this time, and many steps were completed in one go, causing the land spirit to look at him in a different light. The abnormality of the three kings' inheritance attracted everyone's attention. As time passed, Che clan and Zhou clan came out in full force. Xiao Mang and Mo Wu Tian also appeared on Sancha Mountain. Finally, the 24th of October arrived. Master, I did not fail you. Cho Jiu knelt on the ground, holding a gu worm with both hands. He passed it to Fang Yuan. This gu looked ordinary, like a gray round stone. It was none other than the undefeated 100 battles gu. In his previous life, Fang Yuan's slave, Feng Tianyu, made it to the end and obtained King Xian inheritance, with hundreds of hairy men as his followers. In this life, Cho Jiu was not a refinement master, and broke through by force. He barely obtained the undefeated 100 battles gu, and not a single hairy man followed him. However, hairy men were good at refining gu, and not good at fighting. The defense line of hundreds of hairy men was the same with or without them. Fang Yuan did not mind. After keeping the undefeated 100 battles gu, Fang Yuan gave some instructions before sending Cho Jiu away. The whole process was done behind his back. Bai Ningbing did not know. When Fang Yuan returned to the bronze hall, Bai Ningbing had already arrived. Behind Bai Ningbing, there were close to 100,000 dog beasts. They were endless, some were entrenched on the ground, some were playing with each other, and some were running around. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Bai Ningbing. Give all your gu worms to the land spirit. What? Bai Ningbing was shocked. Aren't these dogs under my command? The land spirit can also use gu worms and command them. They are naturally more confident than you. Fang Yuan explained. The land spirit Ba Gue appeared, saying in a worried tone, Young man. I need to use immortal essence to help you refine gu, and also have to command the dogs to defend. I am afraid I cannot do it. Fang Yuan chuckled, showing an extremely confident expression. No worries, are you worried about me? Among the enemies, I also have chess pieces. There is enough yuan stone here for you to control the dogs. Is that so? Ba Gui hesitated, but thinking of Fang Yuan's secret identity, he agreed in the end. As for you, Bai Ningbing, follow me. When I refine Gu, I need someone trustworthy to guard me. Fang Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder, saying with a warm smile. Bai Ningbing snorted, her gaze was very obscure, and there was no fluctuation in her voice. Up to you, as long as you don't die, whether the Gu refinement succeeds or fails, it has nothing to do with me. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing entered the hall together. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged, while Bai Ningbing stood at the side, acting as his guardian. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, not moving for a long time. What are you waiting for? There is not much time left. Bai Ningbing endured for a while, before breaking the silence. Ningbing, don't be impatient, some things cannot be rushed. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, not showing a trace of nervousness on his face, he was calm and collected. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, not speaking anymore. Her eyes squinted into a slit, thinking in her heart, what is this Fang Yuan planning? He took away my command, is he suspicious of me? No, he arranged for me to stay in the hall, it shows he trusts me. I need to endure for a while longer. She thought of Tai Ruanan, and gradually felt at ease. She is blocked outside the dog group formation, without my secret support, she can only forcefully open a path. Damn it, he did not let me lead the dog group. Fortunately, we have a trump card, Tai Baichi has already secretly reached Sancha Mountain. After a while, Fang Yuan was calm, only resting and not doing anything. This time, even the land spirit could not help but transmit his voice, urging Fang Yuan to refine Gu. But Fang Yuan kept delaying, not showing any signs of doing anything. The land spirit was anxious, its tone containing anger. Fang Yuan used his rebirth identity to persuade it. And at this time, at the peak of Sancha Mountain, blue and red light pillars, thin and weak, still stood on the peak. As for the yellow light pillar representing King Quan inheritance, it had already disappeared. In his previous life, only the red light pillar was left, that was because Feng Tianyu obtained King Xian inheritance. But in this life, Chou Jiu was not a refinement master, he did not have the ability to get to the final stage of King Xian inheritance, thus only 2 light pillars were left. I wonder who took King Quan inheritance. There are still 2 inheritances left, we small fries have no chance, but it is strange, none of the rank 5 Gu masters who participated in the inheritance came out. What is going on? That's right, King Quan inheritance was inherited, but why haven't the others come out? They are being held back in the Blessed Land. This blessed land is close to destruction, not long later, the door will open and we will be able to enter and exit at will. A loud and clear voice resounded. It's Lord Xiao Mang. Someone immediately cheered, revealing the identity of the person who came. Chapter 407. Extreme Light Gu. Providence Gu. Empty Fist Gu. Killer Move, Immemorial Light Fist. Xiao Mang stood at the peak of Sancha Mountain, activating his killer move as the whole sky turned dark. A fist formed from light, the size of a mountain, descended from the sky and pierced through the membrane embryo of the blessed land. In an instant, the whole blessed land shook, a huge hole formed, connecting the inside and outside, allowing Gu masters to enter and leave unobstructed. Charge, everything in the blessed land is ours. Quickly snatch it, it will be too late if we don't. Unfortunately, the big head and essence were all taken by those experts. Leaving some scraps for us, that is not bad. If I can luckily obtain King Xian inheritance and King Bao inheritance, how good would that be? Countless people cheered, entering the blessed land, causing the pressure on the blessed land to rise, creating a huge chaos. That's it, a bunch of idiots. Xiao Mang sneered in his heart, slowly stepping into the blessed land. The Bronze Hall also regained its calm after this commotion. The land spirit transmitted to Fang Yuan, so you were waiting for this commotion to pass, so close. If there was such a huge disturbance during the Gu refinement, the consequences would be unthinkable. You are indeed a Gu immortal who has been reborn. Fang Yuan chuckled, replying in his heart, I am not only a Gu immortal, I am also your future master. Ba Gui, you need to know, only I am the best candidate to refine the immortal Gu. The more you cooperate with me, the higher the possibility of us refining the immortal Gu. Next, I remember there are 2 more commotion, we need to avoid them as much as possible. Alright, let's start the Gu refinement now. Fang Yuan threw out the fake Gu in his second aperture. The land spirit cooperated closely, the bronze cauldron ignited without any fire, the remaining immortal essence started to burn rapidly. The immortal essence turned into a green smoke. It slowly rose up, wrapping around the fake Gu. The fake Gu floated above the bronze cauldron, being wrapped by the green smoke, it slowly turned into a ball of bright yellow light. Fang Yuan focused his mind, harmonizing the green qi and yellow light in an orderly manner. In his previous life, he refined Gu with Feng Tianyu, now that he was the only one in charge, the process was much slower. Mo Wu Tian came to the edge of the fog alone. His pair of purple pupils. Deep and mysterious, yet wild and coquettish. Under the purple pupil, the fog became indistinct, and a sea of dog beasts appeared in Mo Wu Tian's vision. The defenses are tight. I won't be able to break through them by myself. Looks like I still have to borrow strength. He turned around and found Hu Mei moments later. Ah! Young Master Wu Tian, you have already reached rank 5. Hu Mei was shocked by Mo Wu Tian's progress. When Mo Wu Tian revealed the news of the immortal treasury, Hu Mei was also hooked and expressed her full support. But when they set off, he found out that the news about the immortal treasury had already spread throughout the blessed land. After the 2 of them asked around, they found out that the person who spread the news was the killer ghost Dr. Choujio. Right now, he had already gathered a large number of demonic Gu masters. He was about to head to the Bronze Hall. Mo Wu Tian frowned, most of the demonic Gu masters had already gathered together, he could not gather many people now. In terms of influence, he was no match for Choujio. Mo Wu Tian was still a newbie. But Choujio was a veteran who had been in southern border for many years, and was also one of the 4 great doctors. Many people requested his help, and he was quite influential even in the righteous path. Without a choice, Mo Wu Tian could only join Choujio's group. Choujio patted Mo Wu Tian's shoulder, and said kindly, Brother Wu Tian, let's wait and see. I advised you not to advance too rashly. Now that so many of us have died, I feel sad. His voice was very loud, causing Mo Wu Tian's eyes to twitch in anger. This old man is sinister. If I break through the encirclement, it will be because of him. If I fail, he'll push all the blame onto me. I underestimated the dog formation. I thought it was a dead formation, but to think there was a Gu master manipulating it from behind the scenes. Such reaction speed and methods, he definitely has deep attainments in the enslavement path. Damn it, damn it. Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth, but could do nothing. In his previous life, he could force the demons to sell their lives for him. But now that he had a rank 5 Gu master like Choujio, he naturally could not be as unrestrained as he was in his previous life. Let's wait for a while, the righteous path will gather soon, we can discuss it again. After all, we only have one life, if we rush up and give the righteous path an advantage, that would not be good. Choujio arranged. Lord Ghost Doctor is right. Lord Ghost Doctor is steady, caring for the lives of us small fries. A doctor has the heart of a parent, Lord Ghost Doctor is after all an old senior of our demonic path. Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth, wishing he could kill Choujio, that old fart. After delaying for a while, the righteous path Gu masters also gathered, led by Xiao Mang. They charged forward several times, but returned in defeat. Xiao Mang was thinking about the unopened King Bao inheritance, and was anxious, using his killer move again. Extreme Light Gu. Self-Will Gu. Bright Spear Gu. Killer Move, Glory of My Spear. A magnificent light spear that was 6 feet long and 6 feet wide landed on the hill. An intense explosion occurred, the wind blew, and after the piercing white light dissipated, the fog that shrouded the hill also dissipated. In the bronze hall, the magnificent dog group was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. The righteous and demonic experts saw this, feeling both agitated and cold. The immortal treasure was right in front of them, but the dog group was so huge, how could they rush up? Only the righteous and demonic path could work together. The knowledgeable people all thought of this point. Xiao Mang looked towards the demonic path, and Mo Wu Tian also looked towards the righteous path. The trend of working together was obvious, it was just a matter of which side would compromise first. Time passed second by second. Choujio was unperturbed, sizing up the dog group. Xiao Mang's expression was solemn, and he closed his eyes to rest. He was the second clan leader of Xiao tribe, a famous figure of the righteous path. How could he lower his head to the demonic path first? If these words were to spread, it would be detrimental to his reputation. The second tremor is over, Ba Gui, my hidden pawn has taken effect, they will not attack for a while. Let's continue refining Gu. Fang Yuan summoned the land spirit. While the righteous and demonic paths were in a deadlock, Fang Yuan started refining Gu again. At this moment, the green gas and yellow light finally fused successfully. The green gas turned into green grass, growing in the air. The yellow light turned into flowers, falling down and decorating it. Fang Yuan took out a dagger, and cut his artery, spurting out his own blood essence. A large amount of blood essence poured over. The green gas and yellow light made a sizzling sound, and turned into a red cloud, like a raging blood sea. The blood water surged, but it only formed into a ball, floating in the air, and did not spread. After another round of fusion and evolution, the ball of smoke finally formed into a field, with scarlet red rice growing on it. Fang Yuan saw this and let out a breath of turbid air. He had lost a lot of blood, his face was pale, and he quickly used a gu worm to heal his wounds. Wild grass flourishes, blood chi like the sea. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. He took out a lifespan gu. This 300-year lifespan gu was like a ginseng root, coiling like a snake, rough and ancient. Fang Yuan threw it into the blood-filled smoke, and the smoke burst out, boiling like boiling water. In his previous life, this change almost caused Fang Yuan to fail. But in this life, Fang Yuan had sufficient mental preparation, and controlled the situation well. The smoke gradually stabilized under Fang Yuan's manipulation. But at this time, the land spirits suddenly warned, "Not good, the outer sect Gu masters are attacking together. We won't make it in time to refine Gu." Chapter 408. Kill, charge. Kill these damned dogs. Shouts, screams, curses, and barks of dogs mixed together, shaking the sky and earth. In less than 5 minutes, blood flowed like a river on the hill, and corpses were everywhere. "Sir Choujio, we are too slow, if we charge like this, when will we enter the bronze hall?" Mo Wu Tian urged. Choujio laughed, "The dog group is huge, how can it be so easy to charge? It is good that we are slow, let the righteous path charge deeper and bear the brunt of the pressure, then we can reap the benefits." Choujio was already Fang Yuan's slave, he could not wait to drag things out as long as possible. Just now, the righteous and demonic path were in a deadlock, and it was this Mo Wu Tian who messed things up and talked to Xiao Mang about cooperation. Cho Jiu could not stop him, and could only go with the flow. After charging, he tried to slow down the entire group. Originally, they were advancing from both sides, but because of the killer ghost doctor, the righteous path was pushed deeper into the dog formation and suffered more attacks. And although the demonic path had few losses, their charging speed was getting slower, and they were in danger of being surrounded. Cho Jiu, what are you scheming now? You are too muddle-headed, we need to charge in one go, how can we move so slowly? You are blind, can't you see? Our group is already in a swamp, if we do not move, we will be surrounded, and will be in more danger than the righteous path. Mo Wu Tian stomped his feet in anger, scolding loudly. Cho Jiu stared with wide eyes, shouting without backing down, Mo Wu Tian, you junior, what are you shouting for, what do you know? How many people did you lose by doing things like that? When we fight for the immortal treasure with the righteous path, they will be our enemies. We have to weaken them. Saying so, Cho Jiu's tone changed, and he consoled softly, young man, blindly charging and attacking is not good. Because of the previous example, most of the demonic path Gu masters supported Cho Jiu, and opposed Mo Wu Tian. Mo Wu Tian was extremely furious, and raised his head to shout, Old man Cho Jiu, you are not worthy. Wait for your deaths here. I am going to fight for the immortal treasure. Saying so, he took the lead, charging towards the bronze hall. Hu Mei, Li Xian and the others felt that Mo Wu Tian was right. They also wanted to charge forward, but they were not strong enough. He could only rely on the power of the crowd. Young people are always so impulsive. Cho Jiu sighed and smiled, look, after being provoked by me, he took the initiative to charge forward. If we attack steadily and surely, we can take advantage of the path he took to rush out. How wonderful! Everyone couldn't help but laugh, praising Cho Jiu's wisdom. Countless dog beasts formed a flood, while tens of thousands of Gu masters went against the flow. Blood flowed freely on the battlefield. Severed limbs flew everywhere. All kinds of Gu worms appeared, ice and fire flew, lightning flashed, and the earth rumbled. Green vines grew. Ichong was covered in blue scales and had black fins on his back. The huge waves surrounding the whirlpool were like vicious sharks in the sea, taking the lead. Yi Huo was like a god of fire, killing his way through. Everywhere he went, flames raged and dogs howled. Yen Jun used phantom path Gu worms to turn from solid to phantom, dodging the attacks without suffering any damage. While no one was paying attention, Li Xian used a rank 5 Gu worm to conceal himself. Kong Ri Tian, on the other hand, had already turned into a rain of flowers, drifting away. All the experts used their divine abilities, gradually getting closer to the bronze hall. Among them, 2 people charged to the front lines, attracting everyone's attention. They were none other than Xiao Mang and Mo Wu Tian. However, good times did not last long. Ba Huang and Ing Ming, the 2 great dog emperors, came out and blocked the two's path like in the previous life. It is time. At the front lines, Tai Ruanan was bathed in blood, she stopped her charge and breathed heavily. Tai clan's 4 old-timers were guarding her, besides them, there was also Tai Baichi. We are only a few thousand steps away from the bronze hall, there are many dog beasts, Lord Tai Baichi will have to depend on you. Tai Ruanan said. He, I have been watching the show for so long, my heart is itching. Tai Baichi took off his hood and opened his third eye. Whoosh! He activated his Gu worm and pushed with his palms, creating a black hole in the air in front of him. The black hole continued to rotate, as countless white apes jumped out. The white ape army surged out, forming a powerful vanguard that charged towards the bronze hall. Young master, you guys go ahead. I will block them here. Tai Baichi's tone was firm and powerful. Then we will have to rely on you. Immortal goo are important. For the clan, we need to capture Fang Yuan alive. Tai Ruanan gritted her teeth and waved her hand, leading the 4 old-timers to charge forward. With the White Ape Army's cover and sacrifice, Tai Ruanan successfully charged into the hall. Fang Yuan was still refining goo, he could not split himself. The land spirit wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Fang Yuan. Ba Gui, don't force yourself. You are commanding the dog group while using your immortal essence to assist me in refining goo, how can you be distracted? Bai Ning Bing, it is up to you now, block her for me. Bai Ning Bing snorted coldly, narrowing his eyes as he blocked Tai Ruanan. The two fought intensely. In the air in front of Fang Yuan, the clouds were boiling. In his previous life, at this time, Fang Yuan had already used third watch goo. But in this life, without Feng Tianyu's help, Fang Yuan's progress was very slow, he had only just thrown in that 500-year lifespan goo. Without the help of a refinement master like Feng Tianyu, it was very difficult for Fang Yuan to control the cloud smoke. The clouds boiled several times, causing Fang Yuan to almost fail several times, but he managed to salvage the situation by a hair's breadth. Behind him, Bai Ning Bing and Tai Ruanan fought intensely for a while before Tai Clan's 4 old-timers charged in and joined in the fight. Bai Ning Bing was no match, she was surrounded by danger as she shouted, Fang Zheng, I can't hold on much longer, how much longer do you have? The clouds finally fused with the lifespan goo, turning into a field of blood, the rice on the field was golden and full of fruits. It was the scene of 500 years is autumn. Fang Yuan's voice was also filled with nervousness, hold on, I need a lot of time. If I die, you won't be able to live either. Bai Ning Bing cursed continuously. After a few rounds, she breathed roughly, I can't hold on anymore. Fang Yuan, I can't hold on any longer, I can only self-detonate. Your aptitude, has it returned to 100%? Fang Yuan was astonished. Nonsense. Bai Ning Bing scolded. At this time, the clouds had matured and slowly dissipated. From the size of a water vat, it gradually shrunk to the size of a basin. Try to hold on. Unless there is no other way. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, his back facing the battlefield as he shouted. It's too late. Bai Ning Bing's deep sigh could be heard. Crack crack, frost rapidly condensed, cold air permeated the hall as the temperature plummeted. What goo is this? Tai Ruanan's shocked voice was also transmitted to Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan barely managed to turn his head to look, only to see that the hall had already turned into a world of ice and snow. Bai Ning Bing floated in the air, her whole body had already turned into ice crystals. This was the scene when she self-detonated on Qing Mao Mountain. Cold wind roared, ice gradually rose, carrying a vast and majestic aura as it crashed towards Tai Ruanan and Tai Clan's 4 old-timers. Don't tell me this is the legendary Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers exclaimed, unable to retreat in time. Tai Ruanan and they were sealed in the ice. The ice continued to spread, towards Fang Yuan. Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing. Fang Yuan shouted anxiously. But Bai Ning Bing did not respond. Her body had almost fused with the ice, and her entire face had become indistinct. Her crystal-like blue pupils were no longer dazzling, as if they had completely dimmed. Damn it! Fang Yuan cursed loudly, standing up abruptly. He took out the yang gu and flew it towards Bai Ning Bing. But halfway through, the yang gu suddenly turned back, landing in Fang Yuan's right hand. At this time, the clouds finally condensed into a goo worm. It landed in Fang Yuan's left hand. This goo was shaped like a peanut shell, golden and dazzling. The markings on its surface were like scarlet blood vessels. The fake second aperture goo from before. It could only exist for 7 days and 7 nights, and was not stable. And this new goo. It could already exist for 40 years. He. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed, activating golden soup goo to defend against the ice. Next, he said to Bai Ningbing, "Bai Ningbing, are you done acting?" The spreading ice suddenly stopped. Fang Yuan laughed again, saying, "Is your cooperation with Tai clan going well?" This time, Bai Ningbing could not continue acting. She recovered her body, and with a shocked and confused expression, she stared at Fang Yuan. "How did you? In Shang Clan City, you purposely lost to Yen Tu, and obtained Dr. Su Shou's help to break free from the poison oath, and secretly contacted Tai Ruanan. On Sancha Mountain, you plotted with Tai clans for old-timers. Do you think I don't know all this?" Fang Yuan played with the two goo worms in his hand, raising his eyebrows. Bai Ningbing fell back to the ground in a daze, unable to speak from the shock. How did Fang Yuan find out all this? "I've done everything in secret." Does that mean that he's going to watch my performance with the cold eyes of a bystander? Wait, I clearly succeeded in planting the fixed star goo. Fang Yuan, you demon, so what if you found out? You won't be able to escape today. Tai Ruanan saw that the matter was exposed, and immediately broke out of the ice, with Tai clans for old-timers following closely behind. Fang Yuan chuckled, raising his left forearm. "You mean the fixed star goo? What if I cut off my arm?" Tai clans for old-timers frowned. Once Fang Yuan cut off his left forearm, even if the four of them used their killer moves, they would only be able to capture Fang Yuan's left forearm. According to their understanding of Fang Yuan, sacrificing his left forearm was nothing to a ruthless person like him. Ha ha ha. Tai Ruanan suddenly laughed loudly. She pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting, "Fang Yuan, stop bluffing. Even if you saw through our plot, so what? The dog group outside the hall will not be able to stop the heroes." Not long later, Xiao Mang, Chou Jiu, Mo Wu Tian, Yi Hua, He Chong, and the other heroes will charge in. "Can you protect the immortal goo? You are insane, killing so many goo masters, seizing their apertures and using them to refine goo. These crimes cannot be tolerated by the heavens. Bai Ningbing is the best witness. As long as this is announced, you will be hated by everyone. More importantly, your immortal goo has not been refined yet." Chapter 409. Tai Ruanan took a step forward, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Fang Yuan, you are a smart person, you know your situation." "Of course I know my situation." Fang Yuan had a calm expression, "And I know your situation even better." His lips curled into a cold smile. "The immortal goo did not succeed, but because of this, I managed to preserve a large amount of immortal essence. It is enough for me to kill you all." But at this moment, Ba Gui appeared, tears streaming down its face as it said in a choked voice, "It is useless, it is useless. If I kill them, I will expend too much immortal essence, it will not last for the goo refinement. Also, there is not enough time, the blessed land has too many flaws, it will collapse soon and vanish." To it, its biggest goal was to refine second aperture goo, it did not care about its own destruction. Right now, Fang Yuan had only reached this stage, he was lacking the most crucial step, the most difficult step, but the environment did not allow it. "Young man, you have made a grave mistake, our immortal goo, refinement has failed." The land spirit cried out loudly. "Refining immortal goo? I didn't expect it to be so lively here." Yen Jun strode leisurely into the hall. In the previous life, he was obstructed by Feng Tianyu, but in this life, he entered the bronze hall without any obstruction. He, Fang Yuan, you are not the blessed land's owner, the land spirit will not listen to your commands. Since young tribe leader Yen Jun is here, will the others be far away? Today, you will lose for sure." Tai Ruanan was still wary of the land spirit, she could only continue her psychological warfare. "No, I still have hope, this goo refinement is not a failure. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He turned his gaze towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's heart tightened. If Fang Yuan used Yang Gu to force her to fight to the death, where would she go? But Fang Yuan's gaze moved past Bai Ningbing, towards the land spirit Ba Gui. This old and dignified tyrant turtle was already crying his heart out. He was filled with despair and sorrow. Ba Gui, do you still want to refine second aperture Gu? Fang Yuan transmitted in his mind. Difficult. Do you have a way? Ba Gui felt a spark of hope in his heart. That's right, you are a Gu immortal who has been reborn, you have experienced it in your previous life. You should have expected this situation long ago. No, the situation is beyond my expectations. Right now, I'm just an ordinary person. I can't turn the tide. Fang Yuan continued to speak frankly. Ba Gui. I am sorry, the Gu refinement this time was a failure. The earth spirit's cries grew louder. However, Fang Yuan quickly changed the topic. However, this kind of failure is only temporary. We still have hope. The land spirit's cries became softer and it asked, what do you mean? After you died, I was the only one who knew the secret recipe. In addition, the incomplete second aperture Gu is also in my hands. Therefore, you must protect me, Fang Yuan said. Of course I have to protect you. You are the only person in the blessed land who fulfills the criteria, and you are also a Gu immortal who has been reborn. Even if you fail this time, there is a high chance that you will succeed in the future. The second aperture Gu was successfully refined. The land spirit answered as a matter of fact. Very good, land spirit, it is good that you have such an awareness. But you can protect me now, but you can't protect me forever. Not long later. You will vanish. With your remaining immortal essence, you can eradicate all the enemies in the endless blessed land. Even if you teleport me to the outside world, there will still be groups of Gu masters on Sancha Mountain. There are also groups of Gu masters on Sancha Mountain. The corners of Fang Yuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Since his rebirth, everything had been progressing smoothly. He was getting closer to success, and he could not help but feel a trace of excitement. Then how do you want me to protect you? The land spirit asked. Fang Yuan chuckled and said meaningfully, Ba Gui, do you still remember the third section of The Legends of Renzu's second chapter? The land spirit was stunned. It could guess Fang Yuan's thoughts, but its tone was hesitant. You mean, no, there are still two conditions that cannot be fulfilled. First, you need the light of glory of the immemorial era. He. Fang Yuan heard this and could not help but laugh. He raised his hand and pointed at the top of the bronze wall, shouting, look, the light is here. When he stood up, he had secretly instructed the land spirit and shared his vision with it, thus he could see the situation outside the hall clearly. After that, he talked to the Tai clansmen to stall for time and wait for a good opportunity. This was already the third time Fang Yuan used Spring-Autumn Cicada. With the accumulated experience, he had a deeper understanding of rebirth. After rebirth, there was indeed a butterfly effect that could change some things beyond recognition. But there was also historical inertia. Many big events happened because of the accumulated conflicts, and lacked a fuse. Even if the original fuse was gone, there would be other new fuses. It was not something that could be changed by just one person's influence. Outside the hall, Xiao Mang was getting impatient from Ming Dog Emperor's pestering, and directly flew into the sky. Rank 4, Gather Light Gu. Rank 5, Extreme Light Gu. Rank 5, River Descending Gu. Killer Move, Torrential Light River. The torrential light river surged and surged, pouring into the blessed land. The intense light was dazzling, creating huge waves that illuminated the entire hill. Countless people squinted their eyes. Not good. Tai Ruanan and the rest were in the hall, and Tai Baiqi saw this and quickly tried to block it, but the light river's momentum was already formed, and could only weaken a portion of it. The majestic light river was like a waterfall, crashing heavily on the bronze hall. A huge hole appeared on the ceiling of the hall, and the torrential light rushed down towards Fang Yuan. The light of glory of the immemorial era. The land spirit cried out in shock. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, activating his primeval essence and activating rank 4 bone wings goo and rank 5 golden soup goo. He had a pair of wide and long black wings on his back. The golden soup was like water, wrapping around his whole body and spreading to the black wings, dyeing his whole body in a dazzling golden color. What is he trying to do? Fang Yuan. Under the astonished gazes of Tai Ruanan, Bai Ningbing and the rest, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew towards the torrential light river. Bam! The continuous loud explosions and the strong impact made it extremely difficult for Fang Yuan to fly in the opposite direction. But he had killed many rank 5 goo masters earlier, and obtained many movement goo like golden aurora goo. Right now, he was activating them, going against the light river. Flying into the sky. He flew out of the bronze hall, causing countless exclamations and questions on the battlefield. What is that thing? It's shining with golden light, it looks like a huge bird. No, that is a person, a warrior that looks like he is made of gold. In Fang Yuan's vision, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. To activate so many movement goo and defensive goo, his primeval essence was being expended rapidly. Time waits for no man, land spirit, help me. Divine travel goo. Immortal goo divine travel landed on his palm. Jade sky goo. A ray of green light shot out from the aperture and landed on his other hand, turning into a jade bamboo in the sky. It was connected in the middle. What is he trying to do? He is flying towards the killer move. Tai Ruanan stared with wide eyes, bewildered. Little Beast King, are you trying to commit suicide? Yan Jun's mouth was wide open as he stared blankly into the sky. Not good, I understand him. Everything Fang Yuan does has deep meaning. No matter what. We cannot let him succeed, we need to stop him. Bai Ningbing's tone was anxious, for some reason, the bad feeling in her heart was getting stronger. Tai Ruanan nodded. She agreed with Bai Ningbing's words. 4 old-timers. She shouted. Understood. The 4 old-timers immediately split into 4 directions, half kneeling on the ground, holding their right wrists with their left hands and forming claws with their right hands. Facing each other. Killer move, limitless search lock. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan's left arm shone with an eerie blue light. Eerie blue light shone, and the fixed star goo could be vaguely seen inside. This goo was an immemorial star fragment, it was like a diamond with 8 corners, crystal clear. At the same time, the space around Fang Yuan shattered as 4 chains extended out like pythons. You only reacted now. It's too late. Fang Yuan sneered. Divine travel goo suddenly flew up and plunged into his left forearm, swallowing the fixed star goo in one gulp. The 4 old-timers coughed out blood, they had lost contact with the fixed star goo. The 4 chains around Fang Yuan lost their target and flew randomly, not to mention they were destroyed by the torrential light river. After divine travel goo ate the fixed star goo, it entered the hollow jade sky goo and quickly formed a cocoon. Oh. There is a strange person flying up while resisting my killer move. Xiao Mang was indescribably shocked. Others would not even have the time to dodge his killer move, but now there was a fool resisting it head-on. Who is he? What is he trying to do? Yi Hua, Yi Chong and the rest raised their heads, dumbfounded. Wait a moment, I seem to have seen this scene somewhere before. Li Xian frowned, as astute as he was, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. How can this be? He seems to be refining goo. Feng Tianyu looked up for a moment, and after seeing it clearly, he immediately fell into shock. He is actually refining goo inside a killer move. He is really daring. Mo Wu Tian's eyes emitted a sharp purple light that was 2 inches long. That's right, Fang Yuan was refining goo. This was Fang Yuan's plan. After he enslaved the killer ghost doctor, the refinement of second aperture goo was destined to fail. Because at the final step, when fusing the divine travel goo, Fang Yuan alone could not complete it. In his previous life, Fang Yuan relied on refinement master Feng Tianyu and the land spirit's help to barely succeed. In this life, he did not have Feng Tianyu's help, so this step would definitely fail. However, after Fang Yuan was reborn, he did not wholeheartedly refine second aperture goo. He deceived the land spirit and purposely stalled for time, to create such a special environment and convince the land spirit to refine this goo. Like second aperture goo, this goo was also an immortal goo. The recipe was recorded in The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 2, Section 3. The Legends of Renzu was the #1 classic of goo. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.